Supremacy Games. Chapter 1151 to 1175. Just like the previous battle, Queen Ai used those 2 minutes to introduce both combatant, starting with Duchess Alina. Unlike King Jagat, she was born into royalty and was the sole heir to the throne. Though, the moment she was crowned, she managed to lead the vampire race into victory against the werewolves in their last war, recovering sizable chunk of territory as spoils. After naming a few more noteworthy achievements, Queen Ai teleported Duchess Alina to the right side of the arena. Next, she switched to Felix and narrated his legendary achievements one by one, causing most of the viewers to feel awe and admiration. When they are lined up like this, it really makes one wonder how can a single human reach this far. Emperor Local wondered. The inner circle leaders had to admit it as well whether they liked Felix or not. After all, he had overthrown an empire and created a federation in its place. He had reached the top 15 in the Supremacy Games Hall of Fame with his insane and countless achievements in the games. He possessed more than 10 unique titles, almost breaking the record. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N.O.V.E.L. B.I.N. He was the first human to concoct potions. The first person in the universe to own multiple elemental manipulations. The first non-dragon to win a dragon event in their territory. The first human to reach Empyrean rank. The list goes on and on. If Queen Ai didn't speed up and picked only the most noteworthy achievements, she would have needed at least half an hour to explore all of Felix's achievements. Landlord. 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 The instant Queen Ai teleported Felix to the other side of the arena, his fans were overtaken by emotions by his described achievements and couldn't help but chant his name at the top of their lungs until their throats started burning. Since the entry was free, there were hundreds trillions of them screaming simultaneously, causing the grass to flutter, the trees to shake, and even deafening the loud waterfalls. Some of those fans were following Felix ever since his first game, Death Race. Now, they were watching him battle rank 12 player in the Empyrean list to the death. It was hard not to get emotional. Do you hear that? Duchess Alina smiled coldly. Today, those chants are going to turn into cries. I promise you. Good luck. Felix replied with the same flat tone. Just as Duchess Alina was about to retort, Queen Ai declared monotonously, "You have 20 seconds to teleport anywhere on your side of the arena and prepare yourself. When the time ends, you are free to battle each other." The instant she heard so, Duchess Alina dropped her attempt at trash-talking Felix and teleported tens of kilometers away from him. Felix took it a step further and teleported close to the edge of the arena, leaving his back against the towering mountainous chain. Felix's entire plan depended heavily on those 20 seconds, so he swiftly began his preparation. Size manipulation, X100. Poisonous energy devouring lagoon graveyard. The instant Felix's size matched the tallest mountain in the arena, he released a flood of purplish water at the grass field from every pore of his skin. The amount was so large, it merely took a few seconds to surround Felix with a purplish lagoon. Is he planning on using the same strategy as in the King of the Arena game? Queen Allura wondered. Doubtful. Queen Alfreda reasoned, it will take him hours to fill up this arena. She was right. The arena spread for hundreds of kilometers and no matter how much Felix tried, it would be near impossible to repeat the same feat as in that game. That's why Felix stopped releasing water from his body after he was satisfied with the created lake around him. What now? Olivia titled her head in confusion. Isn't the water going to spread over the arena and be absorbed by the grass field? As she mentioned, the lagoon was indeed spreading further and further away from Felix. This kept reducing its visible quantity. But, Felix didn't seem to care as he merely lowered his head and looked at the lagoon. Then, he uttered in his mind while extending his palms forward, "Unstoppable tsunamis." While being in the center, Felix kept revolving in his place while pushing out towering purplish tsunamis in all directions. As they were getting further and further away from him, their size kept growing bigger and bigger. The instant they were at least 10 kilometers away from Felix and had reached 1 kilometer in height, he ordered calmly while aiming at them, adamantine crystallization. The humongous root gemstone in his forehead started illuminating brilliantly for a split second before firing a beam of blinding white light at those tsunamis while he was spinning clockwise. Unbelievable! He can do that! Holy crap! No matter who was watching, everyone were left with widened eyes at the mind-blowing sight of those tsunamis getting crystallized and turned into walls of towering white adamantine mixed with purplish patches. Since all of those tsunamis were connected with a single lagoon, the crystallization process spread out like a plague to the rest of the water on the ground. In no time, a massive crystallized flat-bottomed bowl with walls reaching a kilometer in height was created in the arena. Felix was standing in the center of it with an indifferent expression. What the hell is he planning on doing? Duchess Alina felt her heart skip a beat as she watched Felix's size turn smaller until he was completely hidden behind the white adamantine walls. Just like Felix, she was preparing a sea of blood around her to set up her own environment for the fight, but it was forcefully interrupted when Felix showed her this crazy scene. Unfortunately for her, this was merely the beginning of Felix's strategy. Second phase, foundation and sealing. The moment Felix returned to his original size, he used his maximum speed to sprint all over the crystallized flat-bottomed bowl and then manifest thick tall adamantine pillars. By utilizing his gemstone manipulation external range, he was able to create multiple pillars at the same time in 1 kilometer radius. The moment he finished, he connected those pillars with white adamantine sealing. He kept doing this for each kilometer radius until he completely sealed shut the crystallized flat-bottomed bowl. There wasn't even a tiny hole for a needle to pass through. Second phase finished with 3 seconds to spare. Felix nodded slightly in satisfaction and sat in the center of the crystallized flat-bottomed bowl to take a quick break. From within, it looked utterly breathtaking and mesmerizing, like one was sitting inside a diamond due to the sunlight passing through the crystal and creating beautiful shimmers. While Felix was enjoying the view, Duchess Alina and the rest of the viewers were left staring at the sealed-shut crystallized flat-bottomed bowl with dumbfounded looks. Fight! Even when Queen Ai announced the start of the battle, Duchess Alina didn't move an inch from her place. Are you kidding me? Duchess Alina cursed furiously. Is he planning to hide there forever? Duchess Alina ought to feel enraged as she knew that Felix's white adamantine bowl was almost unbreakable. She witnessed its creation and noticed that those tsunamis had width of tens of meters. If they stayed as tsunamis, it wouldn't have mattered, but now that they were turned into walls made out of white adamantine, she knew that even legendary explosive scrolls weren't going to do sh*t to them. This signified that as long as Felix was inside the bowl and kept feeding it with gemstone elemental energy, nothing could hurt him or force him out of there. I have to admit that his utilization of Carbuncle's ultimate ability and Kraken's abilities is really ingenious. Siren chuckled. If he relied wholly on his gemstone manipulation, it would have taken him hours to finish such massive structure. Erebus agreed, he really is full of tricks every time we see him. What's next? Saurus sneered, is he going to hide there until he exhausts his energy stones? Hide. Thor laughed, you are too impatient. My boy is just starting his technique. The moment he said so, Felix stood up from the crystallized ground and cracked his knuckles. Let's begin third phase, the maze of forgiveness. He uttered coldly. Without delay, Felix manifested an invisible holographic blueprint that was showing a three-dimensional maze from above. Let's begin with the walls. Felix took a mere glance at blueprint and then began constructing thick and tall white adamantine walls around him, following the exact instructions of the blueprint. Naturally, this was going to take time to build since he needed to be as precise as possible. Yet, Felix didn't seem too rushed or worried that Duchess Alina was going to take advantage of this and ambush him or something. As he expected, Duchess Alina could be seen standing a couple of kilometers away from the maze's exterior with a disgruntled expression. L1 Terrari N0V3L hosted the first appearance of this chapter at N0vel.B1N. What is he doing? Since Felix hadn't drunk any potion to hide his presence, Duchess Alina kept watching Felix's infrared aura sprinting from a place to another non-stop. Even Mananangel couldn't tell her anything through her mind as it was against the rules, and Queen Ai was able to pick up anything he said. While she was confused by Felix's movements, the viewers were more baffled even though they were seeing exactly what he was doing. Is it me or is he building a maze? Kumiho titled her head in confusion. He is building one. Aspidakelone rubbed his beard thoughtfully. Why, though? If even primogenitors were bewildered by Felix's plan, there was no need to mention the rest of the viewers. Almost everyone had watched hundreds to thousands of fights either in real world or in the game's platforms. Yet, not a single fighter had ever attempted to create a maze to win a battle. It just didn't make sense. Mind sharing with us your boy's thought process? Erebus inquired as he eyed Felix's masters. Where is the fun in that? Thor chuckled, you will understand eventually. Upon hearing so, no one brought the matter again and merely kept watching Felix constructing a highly complex maze with hundreds of dead ends and no clear path to the ending. Meanwhile, Duchess Alina didn't waste her time spectating Felix and waiting for him to finish his preparation. That bastard can hide inside his bowl and start raining down on me with his nukes. Duchess Alina knew that her safety wasn't secured yet, so she continued creating her own blood sea. Though, she was smart enough to manifest it around the maze. If he dares fire his nukes this close to his bowl, it will be affected by the force even if it didn't break. Plus, it will help me use it as a shield by teleporting to the other side after transmuting. Duchess Alina thought as she kept releasing an insane amount of blood through her pores non-stop. Since she couldn't increase her size like Felix to fasten the process, it was taking her a while to surround the maze with a sea of blood. Though, she didn't seem to care, she was keeping her eyes on Felix constantly, and it seemed like he had no plans to counter her counter. Smart of her, but this merely helps my plan work faster. Felix expressed as he glanced at Duchess Alina's countermeasures. In less than 10 minutes, both Felix and Duchess Alina had finished their work almost simultaneously. In the case of Duchess Alina, the crystallized flat-bottomed bowl was now seen to be swimming in a lake of blood from above. Because Duchess Alina's external manipulation covered 100 kilometers more or less, she was able to keep the blood sea affixed around the crystallized bowl instead of spreading all over the arena. Meanwhile, Felix's crystallized maze had finally taken shape, making most viewers admire its sophisticated and complex structure. Still, none of them had any clue what's the point of it. Fortunately, Felix wasn't done yet. Now, the puppets. Felix extended his hand forward and began creating hundreds of humanoid and beastified golems with different colors. Then, he bestowed life upon them with his root gemstone. Next, Felix created tens of different big containers and placed them on the elevated platform that they were standing on at the center of the maze. Then, he manifested crystallized assault rifles, sniper rifles, cannons, grenades launchers, and more. He placed each type of weaponry inside a specific container, filling them to the brim. When he was done, he moved on to materializing many types of ammo to match with each unique weapon. Even those ammo were unique from each other, as there were ones filled with poison, others packed with electrical discharges, and some even had argodite gemstones inside. It took Felix more than 5 minutes to fill up the ammo containers with thousands if not more. By now, even idiots began to understand Felix's true objective with the maze. He is planning to lure Duchess Alina inside and get rid of her with his over-geared armies. Moana exclaimed with a shocked expression. It does look like it, but wouldn't be impossible with his limited external manipulation. Baron wondered. His question was shared by the majority of understanding viewers, as everyone could see that the maze spread for 10 kilometers radius. If Felix sent his troops with those weapons to cover up most of the distance, there was no way he was going to activate all the weapons from the center. Unless he had pushed all of his manipulations to 10 kilometers in such a short period of time. That was pure insanity in their minds. Their skepticism was real, and Felix's external manipulations were still at around 1 kilometer besides his newly added water manipulation. But, Felix had found a loophole that could help him extend his external manipulation. Besides the primogenitors, he was the only one capable of doing it. Felix pointed his finger at 20 humanoid golems that resembled him greatly and ordered, "Step forward." After separating themselves from the herd, Felix created multiple wisps of his consciousness and placed them within those golem clones. "You know the plan and your roles," Felix said calmly. The 20 clones nodded in understanding and began separating the hundreds of golems into their squads. Then, they commanded them telepathically to pick up their personalized weapons and ammo. The humanoid golems were responsible for assault rifles, sniper rifles, and such small arms, while the beast-ifid golems carried grenade launchers, landmines, cannons, and such. When each golem was armed to the teeth, Felix activated their weapons with electrical railgun rings. "Go to your positions and take your troops with you," he ordered. The 20 commanders marched in different directions with their troops behind them, weaving through the maze like they knew every single detail about it. It wasn't far-fetched to think so, as they were copies of Felix and had all of his intellectual gifts. In less than 5 minutes, the viewers were left absolutely dumbfounded by the current scene before them. The golems' armies were dispatched through the entire maze, having tens of them situated on each path. Wherever they looked, there were golems defending a path with their lives. Meanwhile, the 20 commanders were sitting on small platforms affixed on the walls, keeping a close eye on their nearest squads. "Everything looks planned out and precise." Queen Alfreda frowned, "But still, this doesn't solve the external manipulation issue." "It does," Empress Emily answered monotonously. "Those 20 commanders are operated by wisps of consciousness of that punk. This means that each one of them have 1 kilometer external manipulation radius to himself. He positioned them in a precise manner to avoid having their range stacking up on each other to cover every nook and cranny of the maze. That make more sense. I didn't think that wisps can be used like that." "Interesting." No one argued or disapproved of Empress Emily's take, knowing that she rarely opened her mouth unless she was confident in her opinions. In this case, she hit the nail right in the head. Felix had found out that he could control his element with wisps of consciousness, no matter how far he was from his main consciousness. It gave him the idea to expand on his external manipulation by taking advantage of his ability to create multiple wisps simultaneously. It was quite different from the strategy he used in his Empyrean promotion game. The only limitation standing before him was those golems' inability to create anything with the elements. They could only control what was already created by him. Still, this wasn't an issue to Felix and had already created countermeasures for it. He kept 50 beast-ifid golems in the shape of horses near him and was planning to use them to deliver weapons, ammo, and anything his armies required. Just like this, the entire maze would be under his rulership, and the moment Duchess Alina decided to step inside, he would be able to play with her without moving an inch. She must be getting lonely outside. Felix smiled coldly as he eyed Duchess Alina moving back and forth in her blood sea, trying to find a way to enter the maze. "This thing is completely sealed shut." Duchess Alina knitted her eyebrows in irritation as she controlled her blood to cover the crystallized maze's exterior. She just wanted to find a tiny hole, which would allow her to transmute into a drop of blood and sneak inside. Ka-thum! Just as she was about to think of another method, a sudden thunderous noise emerged from the southern side of the maze, sending multiple vibrations through blood sea. When Duchess Alina merged with the blood sea and appeared in front of the noise source, she couldn't help but get startled. It turned out that a small window was opened up on the wall. It was positioned at least 200 meters above the ground, making it hard for Duchess Alina to see within. "Is that bastard inviting me inside by his own will?" Duchess Alina knitted her eyebrows tightly, not liking this assumption at all. She wasn't stupid, she discerned from Felix's constant movements that he was concocting something horrible for her. Now that he opened a window for her, it was all the reason to keep her guards up. "But, if I don't enter, this battle will be prolonged for a long time." Duchess Alina thought. He must have came stacked to the brim with elemental stones, his elemental tank is already on a monstrous level. So, this battle might last even days or an entire week before he starts to feel burned out by sustaining this structure. Should I just do the smart thing and leave him to tire himself? Before Duchess Alina could finish her thought, she spotted a small shimmering red sphere thrown from the window and falling towards her. The moment she realized what it was, Duchess Alina instantly manifested a giant blood hand and smashed the shimmering sphere away. Boom! Before it flew to a safe distance, it exploded nearby the blood sea and the maze's wall. Naturally, the sea blood was affected the most as the explosion had evaporated massive quantity and caused the sea to experience major turbulence. Just as Duchess Alina was about to curse out Felix, her expression turned to the worst after she spotted tens more of those brilliant spheres falling on her sea. Yet, she didn't even glance at them as she had noticed a crumbled piece of old paper was mixed amidst them, it was also shimmering with light. The instant she spotted it, her face turned for the worst. She recognized it instantly to be a scroll and possibly an epic or legendary explosive one. So, without an ounce of hesitation, Duchess Alina teleported to the opposite side of the maze and took cover under a shield created of out-crystallized hardened blood. Boom boom boom! Hey? That's it! After the series of explosions ended, Duchess Alina was left bewildered. She was waiting for a nuclear-type explosion due to that scroll, but nothing of such had occurred. Unbeknownst to her, the scroll used was merely a common explosive one. Whether you enter or not, I am going to play with you to death. Felix smirked faintly as he had hundreds of such crumbled scrolls placed in a box near him. Bastard! Duchess Alina immediately knew that she had been trolled, and she wasn't pleased in the slightest by it. She swiftly returned to the window and noticed that her blood sea had been affected significantly in that area. The explosions had left multiple wide craters and what remained of her blood in that area filled them. If he keeps throwing those bombs, my blood sea will evaporate with time. Duchess Alina frowned, it took me too much energy and time to create it. I can't let him destroy my FO. Boom boom boom! Before she could finish her sentence, various explosions occurred around the entire maze non-stop. Duchess Alina's expression turned ugly after sensing her blood sea getting screwed badly. How is he doing this? Golems! Duchess Alina figured it out the moment she spotted tens of red gemstones thrown from multiple windows. Is this his plan? Did he open those windows to keep pressuring me from the inside instead of wanting to enter? Duchess Alina soon shook her head, whether he wants me in or not, I need to retaliate quickly. Without delay, Duchess Alina attempted to save what remained of her blood sea by using her external manipulation to manifest humongous blood bombs and send them toward the windows. Boom boom boom! Some of them were assaulted heavily by explosions, causing them to get disfigured, while the rest made it there safely after devouring the Argodite bombs before going off. Thud! 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 Whether they were disfigured or not, all the giant blood bombs covered the windows at the same time. Harden! She ordered. They turned into crystallized blood arms, making it impossible for those Argodite bombs to go past them. Think fast! He can easily create new windows and restart his destruction again. Duchess Alina narrowed her eyes in focus at the maze, and began considering all of her available options to win this without stepping foot in the maze. I can use the same strategy as him and throw crumbled explosive scrolls inside. This was the only tactic she came up with that could somewhat work. Though, she knew that it wasn't going to harm Felix at all since she could see that he was sitting in the center of the bowl, 5 kilometers away from her. I wanted to save those only for emergencies, but screw it. So, Duchess Alina decided to go all out from the start to avoid Felix countering her tactic. She beamed 3 epic explosive scrolls, 3 epic inferno ignition scrolls, and to top it off, she even brought out 3 legendary explosive scrolls. Without an ounce of hesitation, she crumbled and threw them in her blood sea. Then, she used it to transport them to those crystallized blood arms in a sneaky manner. Some viewers held their breaths in anticipation while some did so in worry. If those scrolls went off inside the maze, Felix will be turned into toast whether his maze survived or not. Baron commentated. Before Selfie and the others could add anything, Duchess Alina swiftly softened those blood arms and pushed the crumbled scrolls to the ending of the palms, launching them inside the maze. They are here. While his fans and loved ones were worried sick, Felix's expression didn't change in the slightest after spotting those flying brilliant scrolls through the eyes of his golems. He merely released a single order, "Do it." The nearest commanders to those scrolls aimed their sniper rifles at them and fired normal pointy bullets. Even the troops on the paths rained on them with their assault rifles. Under this rain of bullets, those crumbled scrolls got ripped apart or exploded into tiny pieces one by one. When that happened, not a single one of them ended up activating. Haha! No wonder all the opened windows were near the largest numbers of troops and their commanders. Erebus laughed. The rest of the primogenitors instantly figured out Felix's tactic as well and couldn't help but shower him with a couple of praises. Everyone knew that Scroll's only weakness was their inability to activate if the entire runic structure wasn't illuminated properly. It could be considered as each scroll had a specific timer of activation due to those runic sentences written on them. If even a single letter wasn't illuminated, the scrolls were considered nothing but mere pieces of paper. He must have baited Alina to use them by giving her the inspiration to use crumbled explosive scrolls as he did. Siren mentioned. When Duchess Alina noticed that her scrolls hadn't gone off even after a couple of seconds, she knew that she had been had. King bastard. I wasted 3 legendaries at once. Duchess Alina was extremely aggravated by this loss since she didn't possess many legendary scrolls in her arsenal. When Felix assassinated her and the upper nobles, Queen AI destroyed everything in their spatial cards, so their enemies wouldn't loot them. L1 Terrari N0v3L hosted the first appearance of this chapter at N0vel.b1n. This meant that she had lost almost all the strongest scrolls and best potions her race had collected. In the past month, she tried her best to renew her arsenal, but it didn't go smoothly due to King Arthur banning any dealings with the Darken faction's races. Fortunately, Mananganel had some legendary scrolls and gave them to her. Now, she was down by 3 without causing any harm to Felix. Thud. 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 To add salt to injury, Felix ordered his clones to close those windows and open new ones near other commanders. Then, he restarted his bombing strategy on the Blood Sea to apply as much pressure as possible on Duchess Alina. Duchess Alina moved faster this time to seal those windows. Too bad, the moment she succeeded, Felix merely closed them and opened new ones. They kept going back and forth like this for more than 3 minutes until Duchess Alina started to lose her cool. If I pulled back, I will lose my Blood Sea, and he will switch to long-ranged attacks with nukes. Duchess Alina thought with a resentful look, if I stayed in my place, this would keep going until the entire area surrounding the maze will be turned into a ditch. Duchess Alina knew if that happened, her Blood Sea would be affected the most. I can only enter the maze and handle this up close. Duchess Alina decided, as long as I have a pool of blood on the outside, I can spawn back on it when things get too difficult inside. Although Duchess Alina intended to step foot inside the enemy's territory, she wasn't dumb to go for it without having an exit strategy. As the strongest vampire in this era, her blood manipulation and mastered abilities couldn't be compared to any vampire that Felix had fought against. Even Marquise Sebastian was a mere child before her. You want me in, then you better be prepared to take me in. Duchess Alina uttered coldly as she retreated far away from the maze. Then, she began creating multiple blood pools deep underground, so nothing would impact them. When she was done, she returned to her sea of blood that was on the brink of being completely evaporated by the heat. She gathered what remained of it and pushed it through those windows forcefully. She transmuted herself and snuck inside the maze with one of those blood floods. It's a maze. Duchess Alina was taken back slightly after she spotted giant walls connected with the ceiling and multiple paths leading in different directions. She had an assumption before that there were walls inside the bowl since the crystallized exterior walls didn't completely hide everything. However, not in her wildest dreams did she think they were maze walls. Thud thud thud. Her thought process was forcefully broken after she noticed that her blood floods were cut short. He closed the windows. Duchess Alina knitted her eyebrows. Did he guess that I have entered the maze, or he knows for sure? The answer came sooner than she anticipated, as every single nearby golem aimed their weapons at the blood rivers contained within the adamantine walls and began firing electrical bullets and poisonous bombs to avoid harming themselves. Not in my watch. Duchess Alina controlled all of her blood rivers inside the maze to create a thick crystallized blood shield. Szzlzlzlz. Poof poof. All the bullets and bombs were blocked successfully by the shield, suffering mere cracks here and there. They were constantly being repaired due to being connected with the blood rivers. Capture them! Duchess Alina ordered coldly as she eyed those golems. The blood river spawned extremely sticky dark red tentacles and dispatched them swiftly toward the golems. The golems tried their best to defend against them, but their poisonous and electrical ammo was useless. So, they were met with the same fate, getting captured forcefully by those sticky tentacles, not allowing them to even lift their weapons without suffering from tough resistance. They are done for. Queen Alfreda commentated calmly. Those golems might be extremely difficult to break, but they are useless against viscous powers. As she stated, all of those golem squads ended up getting disarmed and cocooned against the walls by that gluey blood substance. She controlled multiple blood rivers in different areas simultaneously and managed to protect them all without even cancelling her transmutation ability. Felix narrowed his eyes. She really is a monster in blood manipulation. This will be much tougher than anticipated. Felix wanted to force out Duchess Alina from hiding in her blood river to know exactly which one he needed to focus on. But it ended up failing. Still, he had other plans to make this happen. He hasn't moved from his place at all. Duchess Alina frowned as she observed Felix with her blood vision. Is that even him? Or did he use the same tactic in the arena's game to throw me off while he is hiding somewhere else? Duchess Alina recalled that Felix had managed to fool everyone in the King of the Arena game by using a gemstone clone that countered all types of visions. It can't be fake. Unless he brought an actual living clone with him, there is no way he can fake his bloodstream flowing in that unique manner. Duchess Alina thought to herself as she analyzed Felix's peculiar bloodstream. With 7 hearts and runic codex veins, Felix's bloodstream was just too unique to be copied. So, she continued targeting the center of the maze. However, the journey didn't go as smoothly as she had hoped. Boom boom! Boom! Her expression turned for the worst after she sensed that the rest of her blood rivers were barraged by explosions from the ground. The hell? Are those landmines? She instantly recognized the source after her own blood river was met with multiple camouflaged landmines on the ground, forcing her to halt the advancement of all blood rivers. L1 Terrari N0V3L hosted the first appearance of this chapter at N0vel.B1N. They resembled anti-tank landmines as they were circular and had a big button on top. Underneath the buttons, there were multiple Agardine bombs. They were created out of the purplish chalfinite gemstone and hidden on top of the big purplish patches on the adamantine floor. After all, Felix had crystallized energy draining water into adamantine. This created a mixture of colors, which he definitely took advantage of. What a crafty punk! Duchess Alina cursed. She knew that her blood rivers would apply pressure on those buttons, pushing them down and crashing the Agardite small bombs inside, making them go off. This wouldn't be considered an issue if those landmines weren't situated on each path in this maze, making her understand that she could not control all of her blood rivers to deal with them at the same time without taking an extremely long time. If she decided to focus only on clearing her path and ignore the rest of the blood rivers for the sake of speed, she would expose herself. Every move that Felix made was for a specific prediction of Duchess Alina's thought process. What's your move? Felix thought as he watched the blood rivers going completely stale through the eyes of tiny golems in the shape of rats. This is really a close battle of wits. Erebus uttered in intrigue. The smartest decision to make is to stay hidden as far as possible to bridge the distance. Mananangel smiled, but on the other hand, she doesn't need to go so far. The moment he said so, Duchess Alina emerged from the blood river as a humanoid blob of blood and then uttered coldly, "Destroy anything in my path." Just like a beast was awakened, the blood river transformed into a humongous monstrosity with multiple different limbs. The bottom half was liquefied while the top half had crystallized hardened arms and sticky ones as well. Meanwhile, Duchess Alina was situated in its chest, showing only her head. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! The blood monster began smashing those landmines away while charging forward without much resistance. Even when some mines exploded on his arms, Duchess Alina restored them back to their form instantly. As for the rest of the blood rivers, Duchess Alina merely ordered them to remain in their place, knowing that they could be used later on. Reinforcement is required in the northern region. All nearby troops intercept the target. Use everything. Now that Duchess Alina had exposed her true location, the Golem commanders ditched their positions and led their troops to create defensive barricades in front of her. Since there were hundreds of them armed to the teeth, the maze was turned upside down with many colorful explosions. Yet still, nothing deemed enough to take down the blood monster or harm Duchess Alina. Electrical and poisonous bombs? They got negated with liquefied blood projectiles. Explosive bullets and bombs? They were caught by the sticky limbs, making them unable to go off and remain stuck there. There were even suicidal golems with tasks of charging into the blood monster and getting manually exploded by their commanders. Unfortunately, they merely got slapped back to the troops. "You are really looking down on me by sending those toys to handle me," Duchess Alina yelled furiously as she charged with her blood monster through the troops' formations like they were nothing. Even the viewers began to believe that Felix's maze tactic was useless and just a massive waste of energy when his trusted troops were being run through like prostitutes. Although Felix's troops were falling left and right without slowing down Duchess Alina's march by even a little, he still didn't seem fazed. He merely kept creating new ammo, new weapons, and new golems before sending them to reinforce his troops. At the same time, he was watching Duchess Alina's pathing in his maze with such predatory eyes it made some spectators' blood turn cold. "I know that cute look." Kumiho giggled, "He is preparing something evil again." The Darkin faction's primogenitor's expression also turned solemn, knowing that Felix always had 3 to 4 schemes stacked one above the other. So, they didn't feel the slightest amount of joy at the sight of Duchess Alina going rampant in the maze while approaching Felix bit by bit. "Don't worry too much," Soros said, "nothing he does can threaten Alina. Even if it was something serious, she can always escape outside by spawning in one of those blood pools." "I know." Mananangel nodded. "I actually hope he makes a move on her personally." Wendigo said coldly, "With Alina's masterful blood flow control, she can easily screw him by using his own blood with a mere stare." Wendigo wasn't joking one bit. Felix knew that fighting with Duchess Alina face-to-face was the last option possible because of her ability to control anyone's blood flow within their bodies. Felix was capable of resisting easily other vampires when they tried to control his bloodstream since he was the master, but in the case of Duchess Alina, even Elder Dragon would be placed in serious danger if he fought her face-to-face and allowed her free reign in his bloodstream. That's what it meant to be the strongest blood elementalist in the universe aside from Mananangel. Felix created this maze in the first place with hundreds of thick walls for the sake of building an environment that would minimize face-to-face battles with Duchess Alina. Though, it seemed to everyone that face-to-face was the only way forward as his troops were useless and he couldn't hide forever for her. "Great, another dead end," Duchess Alina expressed in irritation after she ended up reaching a dead end in her path. When she turned around, she got even more annoyed at the sight of more troops locking her near the wall while pointing their guns at the blood monster. She didn't seem too worried as this scenario had occurred at least 3 times and she got out of it forcefully every time. "You never get tired, don't why? Rumble rumble." However, just as she wanted to charge through the troops, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of the 3 walls around her getting deformed in shape like they were melting candy bars. Then, they connected the melting parts with each other before getting hardened again, but this time, in the shape of a closed-shut cube. Rumble. With one last echo, the maze returned to its peaceful state. The only difference was that Duchess Alina had been successfully imprisoned inside a white adamantine cube with tens of troops. The viewers were left staring at each other with widened eyes in absolute shock. Everything happened so fast, Duchess Alina barely managed to order her blood monster to move. How did I miss it? Baron murmured in disbelief. Felix's entire maze is under his control, and can shape it as he wished anytime. Don't tell me he is planning to use the same strategy he used on me. Marquise Sebastian raised an eyebrow in surprise after recalling how Felix managed to get rid of him in their Empyrean game. He will be disappointed if he went for it. Marquise Alfred snickered, knowing that Duchess Alina was capable of spawning on any pool of blood in her external range. In other words, if she realized that nothing could be done to free herself, she could easily spawn on one of the many blood rivers in the maze and restart her journey again. Felix knew this as well as he had heavily researched Duchess Alina's abilities. Keep her busy. He ordered his troops calmly while beaming an epic explosive scroll. Then, he faced Duchess Alina while still seated in a meditation position in the center of the maze. He crumbled the scroll in his hand and made it hover above his palm with his mental energy. Activate! He uttered indifferently. When the viewers noticed that the crumbled explosive scroll started to brighten up, all of them shared one reaction: utter confusion. What the hell is doing? Doesn't he know that it will blow off in 2 seconds? While most of his fans were freaking out, Felix counted the time in milliseconds while narrowing his eyes in concentration at a black humanoid hollow golem. It was staying at the corner of the cube while the rest of the troops were battling the blood monster with their lives. 0.5, 0.4, 0.3. The instant a mere 3 milliseconds remained in the clock before the explosion of the scroll, Felix uttered under his breath, teleportation. Just like he said a magic word, his pupil turned grey, his skin was covered with illuminating green veins, and most noticeably, shimmering mysterious runic letters appeared on his antlers, making him resemble an ancient shaman. Those capable of reacting fast enough to Felix's sudden change of appearance didn't even spend a millisecond looking at him, as their eyes were allured by a dazzling ashen grey mystifying runic hex appearing above the crumbled scroll. Impossible! This can't be real! How? Before their eyes could even widen a bit in shock and disbelief, the crumbled scroll disappeared from Felix's palm. No one was able to track it but Felix, as his eyes never left that dark humanoid golem, whose stomach was blazing with a blinding light from within, but not a single light particle escaped outside. The inaugural upload of this chapter took place via N0v3L.B, J, N. Why are my danger senses tingling? Duchess Alina suddenly felt goosebumps coursing on her skin, alarming her that something wasn't right. Unfortunately, before she could take any action, that last runic letter of the scroll became bright. Then, boom! Everyone was jolted out of their places after their ears were assaulted by an unexpected thunderous explosion, forcing them to switch their focus from Felix to the cube. When they saw nothing but blinding flashing light, all the vampires across the universe felt their hearts fall to the bottom of their stomachs. Everything happened so fast, even the Alliance's inner leaders had yet to come to their senses after the noise quietened down and the cube turned into a streaming sauna, making it impossible to see within. Did I get her? Felix tightened his fists as he scanned the cube for Duchess Alina's existence. When he didn't see any skeleton, he got a bit hopeful that his tactic had worked. What a tactic it was! Ho-ho-oh! Landlord! What the F***ck was that? Holy crap! The instant Felix's fans got their sh**t together, they instinctively screamed and cheered at the top of their lungs with pure exhilaration in their eyes. None of them had a single clue about what had just transpired, yet they still celebrated Felix after noticing that nothing was alive inside the cube. Unfortunately, Felix wasn't planning on sharing the same happiness with them. Queen hasn't announced anything. He frowned while scanning the rest of the peaceful blood rivers. She survived somehow. Did she manage to teleport to those pools in time? How? I had everything calculated. She cannot pull off the teleportation in less than 0.2 seconds. Just like Felix was questioning Duchess Alina's means of survival, she was also losing her mind over his impossible-to-predict ambush. What did he do? How can such a large explosion appear out of nowhere? Did he put explosive scrolls inside one of those golems? But, it will be impossible to activate them from such a far distance. Maybe, he planted those condensed Agaiditten gemstones instead? That can't be right too. Those gemstones are too sensitive and can explode with the first contact with air movement. I saw all of those golems sprinting all over the place. What the hell did he do? The southern blood river might seem peaceful from the exterior, but Duchess Alina, who was merged with it, was on brink of insanity at Felix's tactic. She wasn't planning on showing herself until she figured it out. While both Felix and Duchess Alina had stopped their advancement to focus on each other's peculiar methods of survival and ambush, every single viewer decided to watch a replay of their last confrontation after realizing that Duchess Alina had survived. The first thing that they reacted to was none other than Felix's space spell casting. He really used a runic space spell, teleportation. I am honestly impressed and a bit alarmed. Jorgamo, the mother of spiders, expressed. I always had a hunch that he can use runic spells too after that little human learned them somehow. Erebus remarked, yet, not in my wildest dreams did I expect him to have runic space familiarity and even master teleportation. The rest of the primogenitors nodded in agreement. Although Lady Yggdrasil kept Felix's secrets to herself, all of them guessed that she must have succeeded in turning Felix into a runic spellcaster. His wooden antlers were already a big giveaway, don't even mention Olivia's situation. The Darkin faction primogenitors had warned Duchess Alina about it, so she could be on alert if Felix used sand spells, poison spells, or such, in their battle. Yet, none of them even bothered to consider the impossible notion that Felix had an insane space familiarity. They knew that it had to be monstrous since Felix barely spent 9 years in the elves' royal family. For a complete beginner in runic spell casting to master such a highly complex space ability, it was just on the border of insanity. This F***ing brat is unbelievable. Saurus cursed furiously, every single time. Every goddamn time he shows his face, he comes packing with something unpredictable. I thought that Lady Yggdrasil's daughter's existence is already too unfair for the mortals. Now, another one has appeared and it has to be that bastard. Wendigo massaged his forehead in exhaustion. Throughout the elves' history, only a couple of insanely talented elves were born with gifts to comprehend highly complex elements while also having great runic familiarity with them. It was just too rare for those combinations to appear in one person. In the eyes of the primogenitors, Felix was one of them since he took almost no time to master a lesser space spell. They had absolutely no idea that Felix only had great familiarity and cheated his way through with his Wisps factory in the UVR. Tough luck for your little girl. Thor mocked as he looked at his enemies. She will never guess that Felix has used a teleportation ability even if it was the last option. F***ck off. Saurus flipped him off in resentment, making Thor explode in mocking laughter. Whether they liked to admit it or not, they knew that Thor was right. Only foolish people would connect Felix's ambush with a teleportation spell. It was far more likely for Duchess Alina to associate Felix using a void-related ability, such as manifesting a small void rift inside the golem and place a scroll inside. Don't let him get in your head. Manangal said calmly, with such little time, that boy must have learned only space teleportation and other elemental spells if he had more runic familiarities. If he used the same tactic on Alina, it's bound to fail. Indeed. That's true. His partners nodded in agreement, knowing that even Selphie must have taken her many years at the start to master time spells when she was a beginner. Let's hope that your trust in your descendant pays off. Tyara of Aegis isn't going to protect her head again. Soros frowned as he watched the replay of the moment the explosion occurred, focusing specifically on Duchess Alina's head. When the replay was played frame by frame, everyone managed to see a breathtaking gemstone-embedded tiara manifest a small-sized golden barrier around Duchess Alina's head. The rest of her body was turned into nothingness by the explosion, however, the head wasn't even scratched. After the explosion ended, the head was turned into a blob of blood before disappearing out of existence. Clearly, Duchess Alina had teleported to the blood river at that moment and merged with it to recover the rest of her body. Damn those immortal zombies! Werewolves! King Tresnor cursed hatefully while closing the replay. As the mortal nemesis of the vampires, he knew damn well that most of the high-leveled vampires were capable of recovering their bodies to peak as long as their brains were intact. Felix knew so as well, that's why he aimed at Duchess Alina's head when he assassinated her at the start of the war. But now, Duchess Alina came fully geared up to make sure that never happen again. Tiara of Aegis Futharks has been completely exhausted, I can't rely on it again to save my head. Duchess Alina frowned. All Futharks in artifacts were fueled with elemental energy, and if it was exhausted, the Futharks would turn dim and inactive. While lower quality artifacts could easily have their Futharks replaced, legendary artifacts' Futharks must not be discarded. In other words, the only way for Tiara of Aegis to become active again is if their elemental energies were fueled back up. Only dwarves were capable of doing so. I need to change my approach. To avoid falling into the same situation, Duchess Alina decided to go all out. The first thing she did was completely detach herself from the blood river. There you are! Felix swiftly spotted her like a radar and ordered his troops to go intercept her. Duchess Alina heard the approaching footsteps and still, she didn't bother to create another blood monster. She beamed a couple of potions and began drinking them calmly. Potion experts in the audience immediately recognized them. Spartan's Surge, Elixir of Titans, Dragon's Fury Tonic, and Warrior's Brew. She is planning to go physical. Queen Allura shared with her peers, knowing that all of those potions were used to power up the physical properties of the user temporarily. Shatter, shatter. After Duchess Alina finished drinking them, she threw the bottles to the side and wiped her lips with a frigid stare, then, she uttered, semi-transformation. The moment the words left her mouth, two bat-like featherless black wings burst from her back, hurling blood and flesh everywhere. Then, her bottom half got ripped apart in a gruesome manner, and fell down to the blood river, leaving Duchess Alina to hover in her place. Her fangs got much longer and covered her bottom lip while her nails became sharper and longer as well. Last but not least, her eyes became fully blood red. Most of the viewers weren't capable of looking at her anymore as she had transformed from a gorgeous queen into a monstrous nightmare that visits children in their dreams. Well, **T. The moment the troops arrived in front of Duchess Alina, Felix couldn't help but curse out loud after noticing Duchess Alina's transformation and the thrown unique bottles at the side. As a walking potions Wikipedia, Felix instantly recognized the effect of those potions merely from their shattered glass. This made him discern that Duchess Alina had taken this to the next level. Felix, I know that you can hear me. Duchess Alina suddenly spoke while eyeing the crystallized golems in front of her. Not waiting for a reply, Duchess Alina flapped her wings slowly and stated coldly, I am coming for you. Before the viewers could react to her bold announcement, Duchess Alina disappeared instantly from her place. The shocked viewers attempted to see her location, but the automatic camera on Duchess Alina kept feeding them merely a moving chaotic flow. She is moving too fast to get captured by the camera. Elnora exclaimed what was on everyone's mind. Rumble rumble. She was going too fast. Even Felix knew that his troops and imprisonment tactic were utterly useless before her. So, his first decision was to lock the paths in the maze's center, knowing that a single second lost would end up in Duchess Alina reaching him. Cowardly bastard! When Duchess Alina heard the noise of the walls near the center, she figured out Felix's counter-tactic instantly. Faster! Faster! So, she kept pushing herself to the limit, weaving through the maze's path at unprecedented and honestly impossible to control speed in such a complex environment. However, Duchess Alina made it look easy because of her semi-transformation providing her with extreme mobility and core control. In less than 2 seconds and after hitting more than 10 dead ends in her way, Duchess Alina finally arrived at one of the 4 paths leading straight to the center. Thud. 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 Unfortunately, she was still a tad bit slow as all of the paths were locked shut the moment she faced Felix's direction. Bastard! Duchess Alina cursed furiously after she arrived at the newly erected crystallized wall. Literally, only 100 meters or so separated her from Felix, yet she could do nothing but stare daggers at him with her blood vision. You can't hide forever, you coward. I don't need to hide forever, I just need to keep hiding until your potion's effects end. Felix remarked calmly, knowing that she couldn't hear him. When the viewers heard him, they couldn't help but feel bad for Duchess Alina. She is really fighting a shameless snake. Emperor Local shook his head in disapproval, not too pleased with Felix's fighting style. Good thing you can't fight for sh*t. Elder Dragon sneered at his remark, you would have been eaten alive in your first fight. Elder Dragon might hate Felix's guts, but he hated such idiotic statements from non-fighters even more. Emperor Local got slightly embarrassed but he kept his mouth shut, knowing that Elder Dragon wasn't one to be argued with. As expected, the true fighters applauded Felix's actions, knowing that those power-up potions had nasty after effects. In their eyes, he would be absolutely retarded to fight Duchess Alina at her strongest when he could fight at her weakest. Thud thud thud. Whether Duchess Alina figured out Felix's plan or not, she began bashing the wall in front of her, hoping to destroy it. With her current strength, she actually managed to crack the surface slightly. Alas, that was as far as she could get. Felix merely kept watching her vent her frustration and anger at the wall through the eyes of a rat far behind her. A chance. Felix's eyes gleamed for a split second after he realized that Duchess Alina was currently unstable and had most of her guard lowered. After all, the smartest decision was to wait it out until she lose her power up. Duchess Alina was bound to believe that Felix would be aiming at her when she suffered from the aftermath, not now. This was good and all, but Felix thought a step ahead. She will most definitely hide again until the potion's aftermath settled down. I wouldn't be able to do anything to her then. When she recovers, we will be at a stalemate again. Felix narrowed his eyes. There won't be another chance like this to assassinate her directly and end this battle once and for all. Felix already knew that it was a big risk to make a direct attack on Duchess Alina. But at this point, he understood that the battle was never going to end if he kept using merely his troops. As for bombing the entire maze with a nuclear-like condensed Argodite gemstone, he knew that Duchess Alina had prepared an exit strategy and wouldn't hesitate to use it to save herself. This in turn would restart the fight back to the original point and serve no purpose. Felix knew that he couldn't maintain his wisps of consciousness in the maze forever since they consume mental energy. It wasn't easy to recover it. Now or never. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3LB11N. With a single deep breath, Felix entered the zone and began strategizing on how to increase his ambush chances. I can only take power-up potions that don't affect my bloodstream too obviously. Felix beamed merely 3 potions and used his mental energy to lift and bring them near his mouth. He understood that if he lifted them personally, Duchess Alina would associate the motion with drinking potion and alarm her. After he took them, Felix felt his overall strength, speed and reaction speed gets enhanced noticeably. Though, he knew that it wouldn't be as good as Duchess Alina's. Unfortunately, all the best potions he concocted had an obvious reaction in his bloodstream. Just as a countermeasure, let's take this as well. Felix beamed another potion with crimson liquefied content and gulped it down in one go. If those actions weren't obvious to the viewers that Felix was planning something, the moment he beamed his crescent battleaxe, everyone realized that Felix was going for the kill. Soon, Felix coated the axe's blade with potent true poison, turning it completely purple. Then, he locked on Duchess Alina's back and cast a teleportation spell on himself. Whoosh! A medium grey shimmering hex manifested above Felix while he was still in a mediation position. Don't tell me, he is trying to assassinate her like that. Before the viewers could even finish their thought, Felix disappeared out of sight after a flash of light. When he appeared, he was seen hovering in his meditation position while swinging his poisonous crescent axe with everything he got at the center of Duchess Alina's head. D. He shouted furiously, letting out all of his pent-up anger and guilt from the war with that last swing. PS. A fountain of blood was drawn after the crescent axe successfully passed through Duchess Alina's upper body like it was made out of butter. Yet, not an ounce of joy was seen on Felix's face. It turned out, Duchess Alina managed to move her head slightly to the side with such a monstrous instinctual reflex, Felix felt chills course down his spine. Who could blame him? She had no clue about his teleportation ability, and he went the extra mile to even strike while still seated to not raise any alarms. Yet, the axe ended up merely cutting her from the shoulder, taking an entire wing and more than 40% of Duchess Alina's torso. Arg! Duchess Alina groaned in agony after receiving such a heavy injury, yet, before her separated torso could touch the ground, she turned to stare at Felix's with her nightmarish red eyes. The instant Felix's eyes came in contact with hers, he was able to utter a single word. F***ck. Blood implosion. PS. Just like he ate a hand grenade, Felix's internal organs all ended up rupturing apart and releasing an abnormal amount of blood from every orifice in his body. Even his brain suffered from a deadly hemorrhage, causing him to bleed from his ears and eyes as well. Thud. The force of the internal implosion caused Felix's body to smash into the nearest wall before falling to the ground like a dead dog, creating a puddle of blood underneath him. Arg! Meanwhile, Duchess Alina wasn't given even a split second to feel delighted by her counterattack as Felix's true poison finally spread through her bloodstream and reached her brain, attacking it mercilessly. She fell on the ground as well and began rolling all over the place while her skin kept turning purple and fragile like her lifespan was being burnt at a noticeable speed. It might seem like it took a long time, but the entire confrontation had taken place in less than a second, causing most of the viewers to be left utterly stunned by the sight before them. They were just thinking about Felix's assassination before they were met with the sight of him on the ground, unmoving and bleeding all over the place like a corpse. Ha ha ha! That's what I am talking about! Saurus exploded in excited laughter, feeling like a kid whose birthday wish was finally fulfilled. He didn't even care about Duchess Alina, who was struggling to save her life by detoxing her poisoned blood before it completely destroyed her brain. The only thing in his eyes was Felix's death. Felix, N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. This is really taking a bad turn. Asna and Felix's masters couldn't help but feel worried about him as they could sense that Felix's entire internal system was an absolute mess. The worst part? All of his hearts were taken out besides the dragon's heart. It was the only organ capable of resisting Duchess Alina's killer move, blood implosion, since it belonged to the ancestral dragon himself. Loop-dub, loop-dub. If it wasn't for it barely beating, Felix would have gotten instantly one-shot. Don't worry, he still has a portion of the Kraken's insane rejuvenation. The moment Lady Sphinx said so, Felix's internal system began to recover at a monstrous pace, starting with healing his brain and stopping its fast bleeding. In less than a split second, it was back to its perfect shape and was followed by the rest of Felix's organs. All of the damages were gone and even the lost blood was restored. This was caused by none other than the Kraken's rejuvenation being boosted by the potion that Felix drank as an emergency. As the ancestor of all octopus species, Elder Kraken naturally had one of the greatest physical rejuvenation in the universe. Even though Felix hadn't inherited a direct passive, his entire internal system was almost identical to the Kraken. This came with its own inherited gifts. With such a combination, Felix managed to regain consciousness at the same time Duchess Alina finally detoxed his poison from her system. The moment their eyes locked with each other again, both of them showed signs of disbelief. How did he recover so fast? How did she detox my most potent poison in a mere second? Both of them knew of each other's recovery and detox abilities, but none of them thought that it would be this insane. God's palms of dehydration. Reverse blood flow. Again, both of them snapped out of their daze and assaulted each other at the same time. While Felix managed to cast one of his omnipotent sand spells, Duchess Alina forcefully reversed the blood flow inside his body. Arg! Felix groaned while holding his chest and head in agony as the blood didn't reach his organs and tissues that needed it, including his brain. This resulted in a lack of oxygen and nutrients in the cells, leading to organ damage and failure. What's worse, Felix's heart worked against the reversed flow, which caused it to fail and switch to another heart. When it failed, another one began working for merely a second before failing as well. This ability might seem mild compared to blood implosion, but it was 100 times worse since Felix was conscious to feel everything. Fortunately, he wasn't the only one suffering as his omnipotent sand spell imposed a serious threat to Duchess Alina. Thud 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 thud. Hundreds of gigantic golden sand palms kept raining down on Duchess Alina from runic hexes, which were manifesting non-stop in every single direction without needing Felix's involvement. Those sand palms completely countered Duchess Alina's blood abilities due to their dehydration properties, allowing them to absorb liquid from any source with a mere touch. The majority of blood percentage was a liquid part, called plasma, which was made of water, salts, and protein. F***ck. Crystallized barrier. When Duchess Alina realized that she would get killed off instantly if a single sand palm landed on her, she was forced to protect herself with a thick crystallized dome. Crack crack crack. Still, the gigantic sand palms mercilessly kept bashing the barrier, causing it to keep cracking continuously. Duchess Alina kept repairing it to save herself while having an ugly expression. My vision is hindered. The crystallized blood barrier was extremely dark red and thick, making it impossible to view outside of it. This might not seem like a big deal, but Duchess Alina knew that her attack on Felix was going to be cancelled. Cough cough. As she expected, Felix could be seen on his knees, coughing out large amounts of blood, yet, his expression was full of relief like his internal system was finally back to normal operation. This was the only weakness of Duchess Alina's overpowered targeted blood control. It only worked or remained active if she kept eye contact with the target's body. Clothes might not affect her ability negatively, but thick walls were her absolute bane. Without waiting for the damages to heal properly, Felix stood up on his feet and watched Duchess Alina getting bombarded by his sand palms. Although Felix had complete freedom to attack the entrapped Duchess Alina in thousands of unique ways, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he took advantage of his active lightning-quick reflexes and cool-headedness to think of the perfect move that would actually end this bloody battle. Anything I use will force her to teleport back to safety. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. The only true way to end this battle is if I used that spatial combo, even though I have yet to truly master one of those two spells. If anyone read his thought right now, they would call him an idiot for using a risky move that might or might not work instead of going with another method like teleporting scrolls or even teleporting himself to attack her while she was trapped. But, Felix refused to let Duchess Alina teleport away and restart their battle from scratch after already showing her too many of his hidden cards. One of them was his dehydration sand spells, the absolute counter to any liquid elementalist. He was certain that if he met with Duchess Alina again, it would almost be impossible to deal with her. This was it, this was the moment where she dies or he dies. Wish me luck, guys. Felix murmured in his mind as he extended his palm in direction of Duchess Alina. Duchess Alina saw this with her blood vision and raised her to guard to the limit, planning to ditch the battle the moment Felix attacked her with something she couldn't defend against. I just need a few seconds to recover my complete body and kill him, just a few seconds. Just like Felix didn't want her to leave, she also didn't want to escape after finally having Felix come face to face with her. She knew that the moment she teleport away, Felix would seal himself inside the center of the maze again and drag this far longer than it needs to be. Meanwhile, Felix's eyes turned grey and his antlers illuminated brilliantly, a sign that he was about to use a space spell. Just as the primogenitors were anticipating him teleporting or such, Felix uttered calmly, "Spatial imprisonment." Whoosh! A faint medium grey hex appeared underneath Duchess Alina, or to be exact, underneath the crystallized ground. This made it completely hidden from Duchess Alina. Felix had to hide it since he had yet to master this spell, which meant he could not cast it instantaneously yet. While the viewers and Duchess Alina had no clue what was Felix doing, he was structuring 5 pages of runic spatial particles at the top of his speed. The moment he finished one page, the grey hexagon turned slightly brighter. Come on, just a little more." Asna kept biting her hands nervously as she watched Felix attempting to cast a freaking unmastered space spell in the middle of the battle. If it was anyone else, the stress would have ruined his focus and made the spell fail construction. Meanwhile, Felix was like a robot writing a runic sentence after the other. The moment Felix finished half of the page number 5, Duchess Alina's body had been finally restored back to its form. It took her much longer because of the aftermath of the poison and the current pressure on top of her head. Her form being restored to peak meant that she could easily now escape from the Golden Palm's clutches and play with Felix to death with her insane speed. "Felix! You are a dead man!" She yelled out loud from within the crystallized blood barrier, causing chills to course through the backs of Selfie, Asna, and all of Felix's loved ones. Crack crack! Just as the barrier was about to explode, Felix murmured a letter with a peculiar language, "Seal." The instant he did so, the grey hex underneath Duchess Alina manifested a dazzling light that was bright enough it penetrated the crystallized ground and caused her danger instincts to go haywire. Oh no! She had no idea what was the source of the light, but she trusted her instincts, making her decide to teleport to one of the remaining blood rivers. Hey! Alas! The moment the grey hex was completed, her fate was sealed, pun intended. Blood spawn! Blood spawn! Why can't I teleport? Furious and somewhat scared, Duchess Alina yelled from within the crystallized blood barrier, not daring to destroy it anymore. She felt like her entire body was held tightly by something, making it impossible for her to move even an inch. What's more frightening was her inability to teleport to one of her blood rivers no matter how much she commanded it. This forced her to keep the barrier intact to avoid getting hit by the golden sand palms. I actually pulled it off in time. Felix sighed in relief while cancelling his omnipotent sand spell, retiring the golden palms. When Duchess Alina noticed this, she took control of her emotions and swiftly destroyed her barrier, planning to take advantage of this window to use her blood control on Felix. Blood implosion. Sadly, Felix remained standing with the same indifferent expression. This shocked Duchess Alina immensely as her overpowered ability almost never failed her when she was in direct eyesight of her target. Don't bother yourself. You have been trapped in a temporarily manifested singular dimension. You can see and hear me, but you can't attack me with your abilities. Felix shared calmly while lifting his arm high above. What he said made Duchess Alina's heartbeats accelerate like a racing car. No, this can't be right, blood clogging. Reverse blood flow. Blood poisoning. Duchess Alina was pushed into despair with each ability used, but no effects were noticed on Felix. Just as she was about to fall completely into the pits of despair, she recalled Felix's words and regained some hope. I can't attack you, but you also can't attack me. She roared. You are right. I can't attack you with my abilities. Felix smiled faintly while his eyes turned grey, then, he uttered with the most chilling tone, but I can attack you with a spatial spell. Before his words could register in Duchess Alina's mind, Felix slashed his arm forward as he roared, Spatial blade. Duchess Alina's heart stopped beating in fright the instant she witnessed the birth of a grey illuminating blade heading in her direction. It was slicing space itself and anything that blocked its path. "No! Please see!" The spatial blade was slow enough it allowed Duchess Alina to beg for mercy instinctively, knowing that her death was a sealed case. Alas! Her begging fell on deaf ears as Felix watched her getting sliced from the center horizontally. He might have called it the maze of forgiveness, but Felix had no intentions of fulfilling it. "You hateful bastard, I loathe you! I loathe you!" The last thing Duchess Alina did was curse Felix in her mind as she fell into the embrace of death once again at his hands. The viewers were left staring at her severed affixed corpse in the air with stunned looks, having not a single **ing clue on how things ended up this way. So much had occurred in a couple of seconds window, not even the Alliance's inner circle leaders managed to follow along. Thud. "It's finally over." Felix fell on his bottom with an exhausted but relaxed expression, staring at the traveling spatial blade, which was cutting through his maze's walls like tofu. He knew that it wasn't going to stop until it ran out of energy. This time, Queen Ai confirmed Duchess Alina's death with this abrupt announcement. "Congratulations to the Void Nation! Duchess Alina has been slain, the battle is over." The moment this announcement echoed thrice in the ears of the spectators, they were broken from their daze and returned to the world of the living with the most explosive excited howls they could muster. "Woah! Landlord! Landlord! Oh my lord!" Some screamed barbarically with heated cheeks, some chanted Felix's name while waving their shirts and whatever was in their hands, and some just remained seated on their chairs with words stuck in their throat. "He did it! He did it!" In utter disbelief, Eric exclaimed while holding his bald head tightly after witnessing true history being made. "Haha! That's my boy all right!" Grandfather Robert grinned widely as he applauded Felix while sitting near Eric, Olivia, and the rest of the Earthling team. As a true businessman, he didn't shove his head in the world of fights and such, making him unable to comprehend fully what Felix had just accomplished. However, as his grandfather, he always believed that Felix was going to win no matter how hard it got. He really slayed the 12-ranked Empyrean player in 1vs1 death match. Sylvia covered her mouth. "Doesn't that mean he is now considered the strongest 12 player in the universe?" By now, Sylvia wanted nothing more than to erase her bold challenge to Felix from memory, when she promised him that she would defeat him in the future. Meanwhile, the elves' royal family had a similar reaction to them besides Selphie, whose eyes turned completely red and watery as she stared at Felix's relaxed expression. Thank goddess! She was extremely relieved that Felix had survived and also a bit proud that her years of runic teachings turned out to be crucial in Felix's victory. It gave her a sense of helping Felix in his journey. A goal she always wished for and sought after, so Felix would never discard her to the side in his path. On the other hand, the Primogenitor's council was noisier than ever as even the most indifferent primogenitor couldn't help but slowly applaud the winner for providing them with one of the best mortal fights they witnessed in this century. 3 spatial lesser spells and 1 omnipotent sand spell mastered in less than a decade as a beginner, all I can say is wow, just wow. Elder Aspidicalone smiled kindly as he clapped with his wrinkly palms. In the primogenitor's eyes, mastering 1 spatial space was already an achievement to be proud of. But 3 in less than a decade plus even mastering an omnipotent sand spell? They were certain that even Selphie wouldn't have pulled it off when she was first starting to learn runic spells. It's official, you bastards have truly hit the jackpot when it comes to having a student. Erebus shared with an envious tone as he looked at Felix's masters. We did nothing. Thor smirked. It was just the result of his extraordinary hard work. I won't deny his hard work, but that little punk has the goddess of luck on his side. I promise you, she won't be there forever. Saurus said with a spiteful tone before exiting the primogenitor's council. Wendigo and Mannagle knew that their enemies were going to shower them with insults and mocking statements if they stayed for another second. So, they followed after their partner without saying much. Though, their crystal-clear displeased expressions were enough to let everyone know that none of them enjoyed this ending. After they left, the primogenitors pulled off a replay of the fight and began analyzing all of Felix's and Duchess Alina's actions to spend time. Most of the viewers did the same but actually slowed down the fight and viewed it again at a comprehensible pace. The others didn't care and kept the celebration going. Why didn't Felix use that killer combination when Duchess Alina was banging the wall? Olivia asked with a confused look. You're right. He would have killed her much easier and without much risk. Leo scratched his head in bafflement after realizing that Felix could have easily cast spatial imprisonment while sitting in the center of the maze at his own pace. Maybe the wall made it impossible to do so. That can't be right. Most spells can be created in any area as long as the runic hex can manifest properly and the appropriate elemental energy existed. Olivia shook her head. Spatial spells use space energy, which is literally everywhere. So, the wall shouldn't have been a problem. Olivia spent years studying the Magic Academy and picked up as much knowledge as she could about the runic system. So, her words on this subject were ironclad. Maybe he missed it. Hina guessed, such small mistakes happen in stressful situations. While most of the Earthling team were agreeing with Hina, Noah and Sylvia were able to put themselves in Felix's shoes and see what really was going on. Your idea wouldn't have worked. Sylvia explained calmly, the Duchess was in her strongest form and was free to move as she pleased. If Felix used his killer combo at that point, she would easily move out of the runic hex the instant she notices the bright light. After all, it took Felix at least 2 seconds to create it. Oh, you're right. The only reason she got caught by it is because of her own blood barrier blocking her movement. Damn, Felix really calculates all aspects of his actions before making them. When it was explained like this, no one believed that Felix made a mistake and missed that opportunity anymore. While they were spending time watching the replay and analyzing both fighters' actions, hoping to learn something and improve their own fighting style, Felix had already teleported back to his house. He was currently receiving the best shoulder massage from Asna, who had the biggest smile ever. As for him, he might have returned to his house but his main focus was on his other wisp inside Nemo's consciousness. Felix could be seen standing in front of his throne which was on a high platform, overseeing the thousands of void citizens beneath him. Candace was standing next to his right arm while the rest of the councilmen were standing one step behind them in one line. Felix looked down at his rowdy citizens, who were celebrating their first ever victory as a nation, giving them a new feeling of pride, which they never thought they would experience in their lives. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. When Felix first risked losing the war to save their enemies, he lost a big chunk of respect for them, whether they dared to voice their complaints out loud or not. But now that he had won his battle, their respect actually increased by 10-folds. This made them feel more inclined to be proud of having him as their king instead of seeing him as a mere human under their god's care. With such respect comes great authority. As the moment Felix waved his hand, everyone quietened down and focused on him with eyes filled with admiration and awe. Felix took a deep breath and began speaking from the heart after seeing the way they were looking at him. My fellow citizens, today we stand victorious. After an entire month of sacrifice and struggle, our nation has succeeded in achieving a decisive victory in the war. We have shown the universe the strength and resilience of our nation and our people. We have proven that when we stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for putting your lives on the line to make a name for our nation and also to achieve my own selfish motives. Your bravery and dedication to duty will never be forgotten. We might not have paid a great price for this victory, but our war has caused the death of many innocent civilians, who were just living their own lives and minding their business. For that, I will never forgive myself and will keep this pain in my heart to remind me that each action has an equal effect even if it was a necessity. Thus, our nation's first agenda is to honor the memory of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice, whether they were part of us or not. But today, let us celebrate the end of this conflict and look forward to a brighter future for our nation." Felix paused to catch his breath and then ended his speech with one final booming promise: "Together, we will build, we will heal, and we will move forward as one united nation." The moment the last word came out of his mouth, the Void citizens cheered with bright and excited expressions, feeling like their blood was set ablaze with Felix's speech. The future sounded bright, their lives looked better than before, and all of this resulted from one man, who wasn't even a Void creature. Although Felix was an outsider, everyone embraced him like a member of their race and began chanting his newly and truly earned title, a title that would be given only to Felix and no one but him. "Void King! Void King! Thank you!" Felix smiled genuinely as he allowed himself to get showered in his nation's love, having absolutely no clue that this was the last time he was going to smile like this for a very long time. Inside a small cozy room with warm, muted colors on the walls, soft lighting, and comfortable furnishings, Mananangal and his partners sat silently near a fireplace. The room might emit a warm and inviting atmosphere, but those three's cold expressions negated it. "What do we do now?" Saurus broke the silence with an icy tone. "We can't let things end this way." "He is right. Wendigo stressed, all of our strongest descendants have been taken out in this war. In other words, our presence in the games has been completely killed off." Nothing was worse than this. They knew that all of their future games were never going to be entertaining anymore when they knew that an Asgardian had conquered their strongest players. "What do you think?" Saurus addressed Mananangal. "You have been awfully quiet. Are you considering reviving Alina?" Mananangal looked at them and said calmly, "No, I have no need for useless trash." When he revived Duchess Alina and the rest of the nobility, he told them that it would be their last chance to redeem themselves. As a primogenitor, his word was sacred. That's why Duchess Alina reacted so strongly to Felix's strike, knowing deep down that she wasn't going to be revived again. As for the rest of the vampires, the marquises were still alive and would handle the forceful immigration and such. "I was thinking if I should resort to that plan now or wait until things die off and then go for it to not draw the irk of the council." Mananangal said. "F***ck them, I say we do it now." Saurus said with a murderous look, "We already pretty much lost most of our reputation, this won't change anything." "I agree." Wendigo nodded before asking, "Have you already arrived though?" "I am staring at it right now." Mananangal replied while switching his focus to his main consciousness. When he did so, his pupils reflected the peaceful beautiful blue planet Earth. "Good, stream it to us." Saurus smiled coldly, "I can't miss this." Mananangal opened the stream and showed them that he was hovering tens of thousands of kilometers away from Earth. Although he was in the frigid coldness and desolateness of space, Mananangal was wearing a formal medieval aristocrat outfit, making him appear extremely charming with his fair pale skin and ruby lips. He maintained the same indifferent expression like he wasn't affected in the slightest by one of the deadliest environments in the universe. The most shocking part? He was dangerously close to Earth, yet not a single radar noticed him. When Earth became the capital of the Federation, its defenses were enhanced immensely to match its status. Yet, they had absolutely no effect on Mananangal. "Are you really going to stick to your descendants' plan?" Saurus inquired. "You are already so close, you might as well handle it personally." "No." Mananangal shook his head in rejection. "It's best to not leave out any evidence of our involvement even if they were sure it was us." The moment he finished speaking, Mananangal extended his palm forward and released an enormous rectangle-shaped smooth silver piece of metal from his divine spatial ring. This was the planet destroyer weapon, the only one in possession of the vampire race. It was a massive and imposing piece of weaponry, with a sleek design. It was composed of a combination of extremely rare alloys and other materials, such as enhanced durasteel and unbreakable titanium, giving it a durable and sturdy appearance. At the surface of the weapon's face, there was some sort of a circular deep dent. At the edges of this dent, there were an uncountable number of holes. Right now, the weapon appeared like a harmless piece of metal, but when it gets turned on, it became one of the scariest mass destruction ever invented in the face of the universe. Without an ounce of hesitation, Manananggal commanded Queen Ai to turn it on. Just like a beast awakening to feast, glowing lines with intricate patterns began to brighten up with blue light across the entire weapon's body. When it was fully brightened, the countless holes in that dent began to absorb the blue light akin to hungry black holes. I believe the firing sequence will take at least 5 minutes more or less. Wendigo asked, "Are you using your spiritual pressure to jam the radar signals around it?" "Yes." Manananggal answered calmly. This was the reason Manananggal wasn't worried in the slightest that he would be drawing attention to him or alarming anyone on Earth. His spiritual pressure was so overpowered, he was capable of easily creating a somewhat visible aura of pressure around him and the humongous weapon. It stopped any kind of radar, no matter their technological advancement. To be frank, the Planet Destroyer weapon was already geared up with the best anti-surveillance system of this generation. Even though Earth and the Federation were developing at an amazing speed, there was no way they would be able to secure a radar capable of passing through such anti-surveillance. That's because only the metal race had that radar and they refused to share it with anyone, so in case *T hit the fan, no one would be able to spot their weapons and they would be able to spot their enemies' Planet Destroyer weapons. Still, Manananggal used his spiritual pressure to be extra safe as he didn't have an understanding of such technologies or bothered to learn about them. After 5 minutes passed, the countless holes on the edges of the dent were illuminating as brightly as the sun when their blinding white lights merged together. Queen Ai informed emotionlessly, "Omega beam is ready to be fired." "Fire!" Manananggal neither did a dramatic pause nor a countdown as he straightaway voiced the order while zooming at the Pacific Ocean, or to be exact at the Sky Pearl Island. The weapon was directly aiming in that direction as well. Without emitting any noise, the circular dent fully disappeared out of sight and was replaced by trillions of highly dense white laser beams firing at a single point near the weapon. With intrigued looks, Manananggal and his partners watched that focal point grow bigger and bigger until it was as gigantic as the circular dent. The heat produced was so widely dangerous even Manananggal was surprised to feel his skin starting to melt. Stars weren't capable of melting his skin. Yet, he still didn't bother moving an inch away from the weapon. Omega beam is at full capacity. 3, 2, 1, release. The moment Queen Ai voiced her last word, a brilliant and horrific milky white beam was fired in direction of Earth at the speed of light. Not even Manananggal and his partner's reflexes managed to follow along the beam of light. By the time they reacted, the beam of light had already created an explosion so apocalyptic, it had reached the exosphere and was still expanding after covering more than half of the Pacific Ocean. This was just the initial explosion. The dreadful shockwave arrived shortly, pushing a massive tsunami that had its peak height almost touching the exosphere, which was more than 6,200 kilometers further from the surface. This tsunami plus the destructive pressure of the shockwave traveled through the entire globe at an unprecedented speed and literally erased anything from the face of the planet. Forests, mountains, buildings, and people. It took a mere couple of minutes if not less to make a full circle and return to the Pacific Ocean that was now showing a gargantuan hole so deep and wide, only utter darkness was seen from it, making it earn being called a true abyss. The rushing water kept pouring into it and disappearing into the abyss, making it resemble a sink but for a planet. "Well, I will be damned," Wendigo commentated with an astounded look as he watched all the continents disappearing out of sight. With that boy's emotional instability, this is bound to break him all right. Saurus smiled diabolically, "I do hope it will cause him to snap and begin slaughtering our races after the war ended." Saurus knew that if Felix did so, it would give them a reasonable excuse to kill him personally. Whether it happens or not, Wendigo stated indifferently, this will teach him a lesson on getting involved in a conflict he can't handle. "My job here is done." Manananggal turned around and sped away, leaving the Planet Destroyer weapon behind. Since it was easy to recognize that its owner was the vampire's royal family through its unique code, it would easily help the Darkin faction primogenitor switch the blame on the dead Alina. Manananggal and his partners found nothing wrong with that, as this was Duchess Alina's plan all along. To be more exact, she requested her ancestor to deliver the weapon near Earth so she could use it to blackmail Felix into surrendering in the war. However, this plan wasn't perfect and would easily alert Felix and make him evacuate his family to safety first. So, it was kept as a plan B. Plan A was the death match that she lost. She and Manananggal had already decided to use the weapon on Earth whether she lost the death match or won it, so Felix would feel the same pain she felt when she lost her home. There was no way the pain was going to be the same when Earth was destroyed as a habitable planet and more than 40 billion citizens lost their lives in an instant. An amount that was nowhere close to 0.1% of all the death of the three races combined in this war. Felix was going to find out about this in the worst possible way. A series of cold notifications from Queen AI. VRR. With 2 vibrations, Felix glanced at his AP bracelet with an easygoing smile, still enjoying Asna's shoulder massage. The instant he glanced at the screen and saw what was written on the flood of notifications, his smile stiffened, his heart stopped beating, his brain suffered from a short circuit, and his breathing halted instantly. What's wrong? Asna tilted her head in confusion after she felt Felix's shoulders tense up with the rest of his body. When he didn't answer her, she looked at his bracelet and her heart fell flat while her pupil widened to the limit. I regret to inform you of the passing of Slivia Ivanova. I regret to inform you of the passing of Hina Suzuki. I regret to inform you of the passing of Leo Bridges. I regret to inform you. I regret to inform you of the passing of Charlotte Maxwell. I regret to inform you. I regret to inform you of the passing of Eric Bogus. After more than 30 names were dropped, just when it seemed like the notifications were about to end, Queen AI sent one more. I regret to inform you of the passing of Robert Maxwell. She really saved the worst for last, as the moment it flew by Felix's eyes, his brain forcefully caused him to pass out after sensing his emotions going absolutely haywire. Thud. Felix's head landed on the couch with his eyes still wide open, but not an ounce of life was seen in them. Felix. 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 No matter how loud Asna screamed or shook Felix, he neither woke up nor reacted, he just kept lying there like a dead log, refusing to wake up and accept the harsh reality before him. Bastards! Bastards! Absolutely lived, Thor roared with a twisted expression, having a strong feeling that the Darkin faction's primogenitors had a hand in this. He wasn't the only incensed in Felix's consciousness space. Fenrir, Hormungandr, and even the pacifist Lady Sphinx emitted a strong murderous aura, holding absolutely nothing back. It was so strong, Candace was smashed into the lake forcefully like she was under an intense level of gravity. Please control your emotions. Elder Kraken said while using his spiritual pressure to protect Candace from getting killed by an accident. As the last to be awakened and join the group, Elder Kraken sympathized with Felix's situation, but he wasn't emotionally affected by it as much as the others. I am calm. Lady Sphinx was the first to regain control over her outburst with a single deep breath. Make no mistake, she didn't get rid of them, she simply buried them temporarily to bring out her rationality back. This isn't the time to be furious. Lady Sphinx addressed Thor and his partners. We have to get to the bottom of this and also help Felix mitigate the blow when he wakes up again. You're right. Fenrir agreed with an icy tone. Thor and Hormungandr might have taken control of their auras, but their murderous and cold stares hadn't changed one bit. I have just received the news, Earth was wiped out by a planet destroyer weapon. Lady Sphinx shared while linking her consciousness with one of her copies, who was watching a reporter breaking the news throughout the entire universe. As you can see behind me, the Mariana Federation capital has been attacked by a planet destroyer weapon, leaving a humongous hole in the Pacific Ocean and drowning all the land temporarily. According to the latest reports of live witnesses in space stations and the cities on the moon, the explosion was so destructive, some of them swore to have felt the shockwave reaching them. This attack has taken place less than half a minute ago and we still don't have much information about the planet's condition or whether anyone managed to survive such as an apocalyptic event. I believe the Federation will be sending their fleets soon to check for survivors and evacuate them to safety. We will continue to bring you updates on this developing story as more information becomes available. Thank you and please send prayers and wishes for the departed. The reporter concluded her report with reddened eyes and a bit of emotion in her voice even though she tried her best to be as professional as possible. Since she was the first to report the news in less than half a minute of the event, it was clear that she was inside one of the moon cities or the space stations unaffected by the explosion. For her to be so near it only meant that she was possibly one of the native residents of Earth. To see her home planet getting blown out live was absolutely heartbreaking. Clearly, she wasn't the only one with such a reaction as all surviving Earthlings around the universe had fallen into a state of utter disbelief and denial after hearing the news. Whether they had families on Earth or not, none of them had taken the destruction of their home lightly one bit. This can't be real, this is fake. This is fake news. This is fake. Fake. Inside a classroom in the Elvish Magic Academy, the quiet and earnest Olivia shocked all the elves with her screaming at the top of her lungs akin to a lunatic. She had just rushed to the class after Felix's battle was concluded as she couldn't skip another one. What's going on, Olivia? The teacher asked with a concerned tone, knowing that Olivia almost never made an outburst even when she was being bullied in the academy 24/7. Sob, sob, this is fake. Please be fake, please. Olivia's anger turned into weeping as she kept begging for everything to be just a badly executed prank. Alas, she had received the same notifications as Felix, informing her that no one in her family or the Earthling team had survived. Just as some of the elves were about to make a joke about Olivia finally losing her marbles, all of their bracelets began vibrating at once. When they glanced at them and saw the newest viral news, all of them were left with widened eyes in shock, glancing between their bracelets and Olivia over and over again. Oh dear, how horrible! The teacher covered her mouth and glanced at Olivia, who was crying her eyes out. No one here understood the pain that Olivia was going through as she was just watching the death match with her friends like life was going to last forever. 10 minutes later or so, they were erased from existence with her family as well. Still, she didn't have it as hard as Noah. Unfortunately, his dearest sister Grace, and the only person he ever cared about in his entire life was also announced dead. He had received the notification right after barely winning a tough fight against an army of ice trolls. With his bulky werewolf body packed with bloody wounds, Noah stood at the center of tens of ice trolls' corpses with his unblinking blue eyes affixed on the AP bracelet's screen. The heavy snow fell on his furry shoulders from a gloomy grey sky while the harsh wind blew it away. While others would have problems with being alone in such cold and deserted environments, fighting ice trolls non-stop, Noah had absolutely no problems with that. All because he knew that the stronger he got the easier it would be for him to protect his little sister. Yet here he was, standing all alone and this time with a broken heart and a broken soul. He neither raged nor cried. He neither spoke nor fainted. He just kept staring at his bracelet without a single emotion on his face like a robot that had its batteries removed. Roar! Suddenly, an ice troll rose from the pile of corpses with 3 long frozen gushes on his chest. His feet were wobbly and his vision seemed to be unclear, yet, his blood-red eyes showed the assailant before him as clear as daylight. With another booming roar, he rushed at Noah and swung his icy club at his head. Noah didn't even spare the ice troll or his club a glance as he remained frozen in the same position. Just as the club was about to smash his head apart, it got frozen in place with the rest of the troll's body, then, they shattered into fine icy fragments. Fenrir appeared next to Noah out of nowhere in his humanoid form and gave Noah a bitter and remorseful look. Sigh, this is my fault. You are part of my pack and I still left your little sister to die at the hands of my enemies. No matter how much hatred we have for each other, I never expected them to reach this new level of lowness, never. Fenrir spoke with an apologetic tone, knowing deep down that Noah wasn't hearing anything. He might be standing and had his eyes open, but he knew that Noah's consciousness had been shut out and frozen in the deepest part of his soul. A reaction 1,000 times worse than passing out. Fenrir, Thor, Jormungandr, and even Lady Sphinx blamed themselves for this one way or another. None of them bothered to consider babysitting and protecting their students' loved ones, since they felt that no matter how much hatred was between the factions, it would never branch out to unrelated people, especially when they were mere mortals, who didn't even know about their existence. As primogenitors, there was a red line that none of them would think of crossing. Neither the Asgardian faction nor the Darkin faction had crossed it ever since their enmity had started. It was none other than avoiding the involvement of their students' families. Jormungandr, Thor, Fenrir, Saurus, Wendigo, and Mananangel all had many students from the primogenitors era, and they died in their battles, yet, their families were never touched. So, all of them believed that the Darkin faction would still uphold to this unspoken pact just like in the old days. But clearly, Felix had gotten under their skin to the point they had no issues with crossing it in this era. Fenrir and Felix's masters knew that it was up to them to take responsibility for their lapse of judgment. "I am truly sorry, my child." Fenrir hugged Noah for a little and said with the most chilling tone in his ears, "I will make them pay for this, I promise you, they will pay for this." 10 minutes later, after the destruction of Earth, the news had reached the eyes of almost everyone in the universe due to the planet's connection to one of the highest profile individuals in this era, Felix Maxwell. Everyone kept a close eye on the story's development, knowing that it would have massive repercussions on the Alliance as a whole. After all, the home of the humans' representative and also the Void Nation King had been destroyed after the war was concluded. As expected, all the humans and Void citizens throughout the entire universe had descended into a unified rage, calling for an investigation to find out the culprit. Since the murder weapon was left behind, it didn't take long for Federation Council to find it and connect it with the vampire's race. This caused the Mariana Federation to be absolutely livid and take it to the Supreme Court of the SG Alliance, since the vampire race was still a member even though they had lost the war. So, another inner circle meeting was held, and this time Zazia Everglow, the vice leader of the Federation, was invited to represent her affected background since Felix was nowhere to be reached. As for the vampire's side, Duke Sebastian became the new duke and attended the meeting to defend his race from such heavy accusations. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Queen Alfreda spoke coldly as she eyed Duke Sebastian with the rest of the inner circle leaders. None of them had a pleased look at this development. Who could blame them? The destruction of the planet happened when it was still populated, which meant the loss of 40 billion lives in an instant. It was the greatest loss of lives in recent memory of the Scallions' lifespan. That's because most apocalyptic events result in an earlier evacuation due to technological development. Since the planet destroyer weapons were owned by only a dozen of the races in the Alliance and they never needed to use them, the casualties always stayed at an acceptable amount. Another reason for their displeasure was knowing that Felix had too much influence and power to have him snap and take his anger on the Alliance. His Void Nation was still not part of the Alliance contractually, and the only thing holding them from going all out was the oath taken. But, if he snapped and lost control, he could easily ignore it and hide in the Void Realm while commanding his nation to launch a true universal war on the Alliance. This time, there would be no deals, no evacuations, and no **ing mercy. So, if Duke Sebastian couldn't defend himself and his race, they wouldn't hesitate for a second to throw them out of the Alliance for attacking another member. In other words, they would be thrown to the wolves for real. "I will admit that Planet Destroyer weapon belonged to our race." Duke Sebastian spoke composedly, "However, I have absolutely no clue how it arrived there and attacked their planet. Queen Ai can back me up. Is he speaking the truth?" Queen Allura referred to Queen Ai with a cold tone. "Yes." This didn't surprise most of the leaders, since Duke Sebastian wouldn't have dared to attend the meeting if he had nothing to back him up. Queen Ai's approval of his statement implied that he would not be implicated by this or his race since he was the new duke. Queen AI didn't lie about his involvement in Alina's plan being non-existent since she never actually fully addressed it with her subordinates. The only thing they knew was that she had a plan, which might help them win the war, and that her ancestor was involved in it personally. The only reason Manananggal was involved in the first place was that Queen AI wouldn't have snitched on them if they dared target Earth. This is absolutely outrageous. Zazia slammed the surface of the platform furiously. The weapon belongs to the vampires. Do we really need any other evidence? They could have easily hired a mercenary group and found a way to order them without implicating Queen AI. Speculations, speculation, and speculations. Duke Sebastian shrugged his shoulders. Unless you have solid evidence connecting our involvement, you are just accusing us wrongly. Who knows? Maybe a mercenary squad had taken advantage of World Eater devouring my home to steal the weapon from our moon. That's just bullsh*t and everyone's here knows it. Zazia glared at everyone when she saw that most of them didn't plan on putting themselves in this. Unlike her, they knew that the war was born from a primogenitor's faction conflict. Since this happened after Duchess Alina's death and Duke Sebastian's was cleared by Queen AI, it left them with one last and logical assumption. A primogenitor was responsible for this personally. None of them was dumb enough to voice out their assumption and displease him. Their duties were related to the alliance alone, and since there was no solid evidence to criminate the vampire's race, the only thing they could do was let Duke Sebastian walk free and keep his race in the alliance. This pissed off Zazia to no end, as she had no idea that the alliance's inner leaders would be this useless, not knowing that their hands were tied when matters were related to primogenitors. Fortunately for her, she was still ignorant about them. While Zazia failed to punish Duke Sebastian and his race, the Void Nation was a different beast. Just give the order and we will make sure to erase those 3 races from the face of the universe. The Ruiner stated murderously as he eyed Candace inside Nemo's consciousness. Arthur, Enir, Mammon, Miriam, and the rest of the Void citizens were all gathered in the throne's hall, looking at Candace with such hatred burning in their eyes it could kill. They weren't targeting at Candace but at those F***ers, who dared to attack their king's family. As I said, we aren't going to do anything until we receive a direct order from Felix. Candace sighed as he stared at the empty throne. Just please be patient. The moment Felix was forced into losing consciousness to save his sanity from snapping, all of his wisps of consciousness disappeared and returned to his main consciousness. After all, they existed only when fed with mental energy continuously, and Felix passing out cancelled it. Although 10 minutes had gone by, he still hadn't shown any signs of waking up. Meanwhile, in his UVR's house, Felix was moved by Asna to his bed and she was sitting next to him with a worried look. N 0 Vel B J N was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0V3L.B1N. Nemo also was there, licking Felix's face with a sorrowful look, trying his best to wake him up. His mind must be helping him process his reality through a dream. I believe he won't wake up naturally until he completely accepts the reality of his grandfather's passing. Candace shared as she had a great deal of experience with dreams and such. From her experience, Felix's condition could be counted as a self-inducing coma through emotional shock instead of just normal fainting. You don't get it yet. Thor frowned. It's far more than just accepting his grandfather's death. If it was just him dying, Felix wouldn't have spent a second being asleep and he would have gone absolutely mad with thoughts of revenge. Indeed. Lady Sphinx sighed as she looked at Felix's soulless eyes. Felix is too calculative for his own good, so, the moment he saw the flood of notifications, he instantly connected the dots and figured out that the only way for this to happen is if Earth was destroyed as a whole. In other words, he wasn't just trying to accept his grandfather's death or his friends', but the death of 40 billion lives, the destruction of his home planet, and most importantly, accepting the reality that he had a major role in this disaster happening. In other words, his guilty conscience wasn't going to let him go through the motion in peace. The fact that he survived implies that he will be having survivor's guilt as well. Hormungandr shook his head. there is just so much to deal with, and his subconsciousness clearly realized that the safest way to handle all of this is by not handling it at all. While everyone clearly already moved to the second stage of grief, anger, Felix was going to be trapped in the first stage for a very long time unless he managed to accept his new reality. A reality where Earth didn't exist because of him. A reality where 40 billion lives were lost and affected much more. A reality where his grandfather and his friends were dead. A reality where his life was never going to be the same again. Instead of that, Felix was now spending his life in his new dream world with his grandfather on Earth by merging it with the best memories of his childhood. "Grandpa, does heaven really exist?" Little Felix asked with a cute voice as he sat with his grandfather near the balcony of their mansion, staring at the sunset. "Of course it does." Grandfather Robert chuckled as he drank wine from a teacup in a sneaky manner. "Is Mom and Dad there?" Felix asked with a brightened look. "I am not too sure." Grandfather rubbed his greyed beard. "Your parents were a bit too shameless in their businesses. I am quite expecting them to be officials in hell by now." "Grandpa!" Little Felix yelled in annoyance, "can't you say anything nice for once? With your character, you are definitely going to hell." "Haha! I already know that." Grandfather Robert laughed out loud. "Aren't you scared?" Felix tilted his head in curiosity. "Why be scared of something you can't change? Life is just a series of choices, and those choices define our end, whether they were good or bad." Grandfather Robert took another sip and added with a faint smile, "As long as you don't regret your choices, whether you end up in hell or heaven shouldn't concern you. So make sure to throw a few bad choices once in a while so you can join your grandpa in hell and wreak havoc with me there and your parents." Grandfather Robert laughed. "You drunken geezer, talking to you is really useless." Felix rolled his eyes at his grandfather's advice and walked back to the hall. "Well, he will understand later on, hopefully." Grandfather Robert smiled lovingly at Felix's back and returned to admiring the view. Back in the Mariana Federation territory, nearby the express wormhole, connecting to the vampire's galaxy, Manananggal could be seen sitting in his invisible spaceship with a nonchalant expression. When he noticed the long line of spaceships in front of the express wormhole, he released his spiritual pressure until it was big enough to cover his entire spaceship. Then, he continued on his journey, skipping the entire queue, knowing that no one could see him or his spaceship. Although he was a primogenitor, he still preferred using spaceships and wormholes since he couldn't travel at the speed of light or within the void realm. It was just an unreplaceable convenience in this era, which all primogenitors were quite pleased of having. In their era, they were either using natural wormholes or Lord Dune's private wormhole network after paying exorbitant prices for it. If they couldn't use any to reach their destinations, they literally spend centuries on their journeys if not more. Unfortunately, today Manananggal was going to regret using a spaceship. Without any warning, a circular humongous void rift emerged in front of Manananggal's spaceship just as she was about to enter the wormhole. Before Manananggal could ditch it in time, the spaceship sped inside the void realm for 10,000 of kilometers before getting erased from existence, throwing Manananggal out at an insane speed. Manananggal managed to stop himself easily, but he didn't seem too pleased with his situation. "What's the meaning of this, Lord Cows?" he uttered with a deep frown as he looked for the void rift. Unfortunately, it was already closed shut, which meant he was completely trapped here. "You have crossed the line." Lord Cows replied with an emotionless tone as two astronomically massive violet eyes emerged before Manananggal. They were so big, it made Manananggal seem like a dust particle. Still, Manananggal didn't show an ounce of fear, he merely covered his skin in a rejuvenation blood coating to protect himself from the deconstruction of the void energy. "I have crossed nothing." Manananggal argued composedly, "You said that the kid is under your protection and we respected your wishes, but, you have no right to stop us from attacking any planet we wanted. I don't think you understand." Lord Koa narrowed those dreadful purplish eyes and stated with a flat tone, "I am not here to argue or reason with you. Your faction's existence is starting to affect my plan negatively and I don't like it.
Plan?
What plan? Manananggal was startled by this as he never thought that Felix's importance was related to a plan. He always believed that Lord Kaos had a soft spot for Felix since he had given him his bloodline and turned him into his only descendant in the entire universe. That's none of your business. Lord Kaos uttered emotionlessly, the next time you think of moving personally on the kid, I will make sure that your faction will be erased from the face of the universe. You have been warned. Before Manananggal could respond to his threat, Lord Kao's eyes suddenly turned extremely bright before disappearing. Is this void domain? He really isn't messing around. Manananggal was stunned at the sight of his body getting deconstructed to utter nothingness at freakish speed. It was like someone using an eraser to wipe him out of existence, akin to a badly drawn character. In less than a split second, Manananggal was nowhere to be seen, and the void realm was back to its eerie silent environment. He was killed so fast, it was hard to believe that he was a primogenitor as well. Alas, this was the true terror of elemental lords and their environments compared to the rest. The strength difference was just too unbridgeable. Inside a horizontal medical pod within a massive underground bunker built out of nothing but crystallized blood, Manananggal's naked body could be seen floating in a blue liquid without an oxygen mask on. Abruptly, his blood-red eyes snapped wide open, releasing a destructive pressuring aura that shattered the pod's glass into little pieces. Manananggal hovered outside of the medical pod while having many blood tentacles putting some clothes on him and even an AP bracelet. By the time his feet touched the floor, he returned to his elegant and nonchalant appearance. As the blood primogenitor and the possessor of the ultimate ability, true immortality, he would never leave this universe unless he willed it. What Lord Kaos ended up killing was a mere clone just like this one. Manananggal might be not as overpowered as most of the primogenitors, but he was the only one capable of fighting them with actual clones. Those clones were so perfect, they possessed all of his strengths and gifts bestowed upon him by the universe, unlike Lady Sphinx's sand copies. Lady Sphinx's copies might be able to use sand manipulation, but they didn't possess the same physical strength as her. In addition, Manananggal's clones were capable of growing their own main consciousness with time, which meant that there was absolutely no difference between the real thing and a clone. This is getting more dangerous than we anticipated. Manananggal knitted his eyebrows after his clone's memories merged with him, showing him his unexpected death. He had no idea what kind of plan Felix and Lord Kaos were involved in, but he was clearly shown that Lord Kaos wouldn't let another transgression happen to Felix again. The fact that he made a move against them even though they merely attacked Felix's family was enough proof. Without delay, Manananggal contacted his partners and they joined him in a meeting. He updated them on his confrontation with Lord Kaos, and the more they listened, the graver their expressions had gotten. I think we have to lay low for a while. Wendigo said with a solemn tone, based on what you said, Lord Kaos doesn't really care about that punk's life. He only cares about his role in his plan, whatever it was. So, we have to make sure to stay out of this, so if he ended up dying, it won't connect to us. You're right. Saurus nodded. The Darken faction's members might be proud and courageous, but they weren't idiots to continue antagonizing Lord Kaos. Now that they knew Lord Kaos cared for Felix only for a purpose of his plan, they understood that moment he was done with him, he wouldn't care any more about his protection. In their eyes, the smartest decision was to lay low and ignore the punk and the Asgardian faction altogether until the day either Felix dies on his own or Lord Kaos cast him aside. SHT, I never thought I will be wishing this, but I really hope that little SHT gets back up on his feet. Saurus cursed. Whether it was Saurus or another primogenitor, no one ever wanted to antagonize Lord Kaos. That's because as the Void primogenitor, he had complete control over the Void realm. In other words, he could appear anywhere he wanted in the entire universe and attack anyone he desired even if they were both at two opposite edges of the universe. Exactly like what happened to Manananggal. VRRR. Suddenly, their AP bracelets began to vibrate, making them glance at the screen. You have been summoned to the Primogenitors' Council. Ignore it. Wendigo stated calmly, there is no reason to attend it. They will be just talking crap to us. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to /n/o/vel/b/in. My thoughts exactly. Saurus sneered, it must have been the Asgardian holding it to complain about us. He was right about one thing, the Asgardians were the ones holding the council this time, however, it wasn't to complain about them. I am not here to talk about evidence or such bullsh*t. Fenrir stated coldly as he eyed the rest of his peers in the council, I know they killed our student's family and nothing will change this fact. So, I'm invoking the council's primogenitors clash against either Saurus or Wendigo. Erebus, Kumiho, and the others all gasped at the same time, not expecting this at all. The council's primogenitors clash had never been invoked in this era ever due to the primogenitors' conflict with each other dying slowly with time. It was quite a serious right to invoke since it implied that the two parties had reached the end of their civil conflict and could be handled only through violence. The council's job was to pick the battle area and also attend it to make sure that no one would interfere in it or one of the fighters escape. In a sense, it was a literal battle to the death or at least to force out the survival protocol of one of the primogenitors. Naturally, this was going to happen in the real universe. Aren't you being a bit rash, Brother Fenrir? Elder Aspidicalone said with a solemn tone, there is no going back from this. Going back? Do I look like I want to go back? Fenrir released a chilling air through his nostrils, I have cleansed my heart from most of my hatred for them after what Mananangel did to my pregnant wife. Yet, they ambushed me and forced me to use my Ice World protocol to save myself. Now, they boldly attacked my student's family while I am still around. Fenrir sneered coldly, do you think I am in the mood to reason with you here? You either enforce the fight or the Asgardian faction will leave the council. As you wish. Seeing that Fenrir was pretty adamant about the fight, no one bothered to talk sense into him anymore. Since the Darkins weren't attending the council, Elder Aspidicalone could only send them another invite. When they didn't respond, he said with an annoyed tone, they aren't coming. Then, tell them about the clash and warn them if they ignored the challenge, they would be kicked out of the council. Thor said coldly. This was one of the few moments where he regretted not being alive and still possessing his perfect manipulation. He was extremely furious about this whole matter, yet he could do nothing to the Darkins besides cheer by Fenrir's side. It didn't feel good one bit. I guess that's only fair. Erebus supported Thor's suggestion. I think the same. They have been going too wild for a while and undermining our status as primogenitors. Siren added with a displeased tone, now, even our descendants are starting to believe that we have no issues with killing non-threatening families. The rest of the primogenitors nodded in agreement with irritated expressions, none of them were impressed with Darkin's sleek way of destroying the planet with that weapon. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. In fact, they were more disgusted since it screamed of being a dishonorable coward. In their eyes, if they had no self-respect to stoop that low, they might as well use their powers to destroy the planet. Thus, this clash was literally their last chance of regaining the respect of their peers. If they also ignored it, there was no point in keeping them in the council. He really challenged us. Wendigo frowned in displeasure as he looked at the council's written warning to attend the meeting and accept Fenrir's challenge. What do we do? Saurus inquired with a severe tone, do we accept it? We can't. Mananangel disclosed, it's too risky for us. We have already irked most of our peers and the Asgardians have Lady Sphinx and Lord Cows on their side. In the eyes of Mananangel, this clash was fraught with variables that were stacked against them. Sure, the council's clash meant that it would be organized by the council and most of the primogenitors would be there to make sure that no one would interfere when things get tough for one side. However, Mananangel wasn't too trusting of the process when his faction's reputation was in the sewers and most of their peers were clearly going to be unfriendly with them. He is right. Wendigo sighed, who can say for certain that the Asgardians won't take advantage of us being in place to launch an attack with their allies? Even Lord Cows can use the opportunity to get rid of us once and for all without much annoyance. They might be proud, but they weren't stupid to put their safety in the hands of the Council at this crucial moment. If we are going to fight them, it has to be on our terms and turf. Mananangel nodded. I'm not saying I don't agree with your take on the matter, but rejecting the challenge implied getting kicked out of the council. Saurus knitted his eyebrows. Then, we will really be on bad terms with most of our peers. *CKM and their council. Wendigo said coldly, the only thing we will be losing is the privilege of joining the games and events related to it. Who cares about that now? Mananangel and Saurus nodded in agreement, knowing that the games didn't interest them anymore when their strongest players were taken down by the Asgardians. In other words, there was no entertainment to be extrapolated from the games anymore but mere humiliation and a reminder that their descendants were trashed by a single human. So, they all closed the notifications and ignored the challenge. In fact, they went a step further and muted the messages of all of their peers, going completely off the grid just like in the old times. Since they planned on lying low, they might as well do it properly. I really hope that Punk gets back on his feet and makes sure that he doesn't get killed off before Lord Cows finishes with him. Saurus narrowed his eyes dangerously as he envisioned Felix's face. The other two didn't add anything, but their eerie silence supported Saurus's take. At this point, they had suffered way too much at the hands of Felix to be satisfied with anything but killing him personally in the worst possible manner. I guess the fight is not happening. Elder Aspidicalone smiled wryly as he eyed Fenrir. They didn't just ignore my message, they muted me. When the primogenitors heard so, they attempted to reach out to those three and found out that their messages weren't going through. I guess they muted me too. Likewise. Wait, me too. Kumiho pouted in annoyance. What did I even do? Well, I guess this makes it official then. Erebus shrugged his shoulders. Those three buggers will no longer be part of the council or anything related to it. Although they heard so, not a single Asgardian was pleased with such a disappointing ending, especially Fenrir, whose murderous intent had just increased by tenfolds. Even the furthest primogenitor was affected by it. Cowards, bunch of *ing cowards. He cursed hatefully under his breath. Honestly, I expected such a reaction. Hormungandr shook his head. Those *ers have never dared to fight us 3 vs 3 and were always either ganging up on us or evading us in our era. Most of the primogenitors nodded their heads in agreement as their memories were still vivid of those two factions' conflict in their era. The Darkins' fighting style was not honorable in the slightest, as they make sure to take advantage of every single opportunity while simultaneously avoiding losing fights. In a sense, there was nothing with this and was actually the best way to handle such serious death or life battles. Not a single primogenitor here had a problem with it. However, this was different since Fenrir was literally asking for a 1 vs 1 fight under the order of the council. Not agreeing to it was simply a cowardly act, no matter how they spin in it their heads. That's because he was planning to fight them while both of his partners were mere wisps of consciousnesses. In other words, he was taking a real risk. Queen AI, eliminate the contracts of all champions belonging to Mananangel, Saurus, and Wendigo. Elder Aspidicalone ordered. I need the approval of the majority. Queen AI stated. The primogenitors offered their affirmation on the order one by one. With one last confirmation, Queen AI kicked hundreds of the Darkins champions out of the Champions Games. Now, they were mere normal players and they had absolutely no relation to the rest of the champions even if they met in the same game. While this was a small victory to be celebrated, it didn't brighten up the Asgardians one bit. Fenrir placed a lot of hope in this battle to help reawaken his student from such a nightmarish trauma. Alas, even when he offered himself, the Darkins didn't bite. 4 months later. Less than 4 months was all it took for life in the universe to go back to normal, as no one kept discussing the universal war or the destruction of Earth like it never happened. With trillions of entertaining distractions in this era, it was near impossible for the populace to keep focusing on one matter forever. Though, there were still many changes occurring in the alliance in those 4 months. Firstly, Zazia relocated the Mariana Federation's capital to the Everglow Kingdom, her own kingdom. The debut release of this chapter happened at N0V, LB1N. Everyone in the council had approved of this since it was a temporary solution. The long-term solution was transforming Mars into a habitable planet with oceans, seas, forests, and such, then, build as many cities on it and populate them. When everything was set, it would become the new capital. It was done like this as a sign of respect to the real leader of the Federation, but, it wasn't really as celebrated by the public as in the council. After all, 40 billion lives were lost and they were from all different areas of the Federation. Whether people loved or hated Felix, every one of them came to the same resolution: it was Felix's fault. In their eyes, he was the one launching a sudden and peculiar war against 3 races in the alliance for seemingly no reason by leading the most hated and feared species in the universe. At the start, they cheered for him and wanted him to win it since they knew that their race was going to be close allies with the Void Nation when it joined the alliance. This would bring them many benefits in the short and long term. But now? Not everyone was feeling the same after 40 billion innocent lives had to suffer because of one man's decision. One could only wonder how would they react if they knew that if it wasn't for Felix's interception, they would have gone extinct. Anyhow, whether they liked the decision or not, the Federation was going all in to reform Mars. As for Earth? Well, even with their advanced technologies, it was impossible to restore it back to its habitable environment in the same frame of time. The explosion had simply caused too much damage to the planet's foundation and it would take centuries if not more to recover. Right now, Earth was beginning another ice age and no one knew for sure when it would end. All they could do was wait for it to recover at its natural speed. On the other hand, the Void Nation had successfully cleaned most of the darkened territories of their citizens. Candace supervised the immigration process, knowing that most Void citizens were at edge lately due to Felix's absence. She had busted out many of their squads being too rough to the immigrating citizens, showing absolutely no mercy. Candace would have allowed all of this to happen by her evil nature. But, she spent enough time with Felix to know that he would hate them for this when he wakes up. On another note, Candace ignored all of the Alliance's calls to a meeting, knowing that they wanted to make them join the Alliance as fast as possible. However, she refused to speak on behalf of Felix in such an important matter without him being on her side. Speaking about Felix, it didn't seem like he was planning to wake up from his self-induced coma anytime soon. It's been already 4 whole months. Asna emphasized with a bit of agitation in her tone, I really don't think this is normal. Ever since Felix fell into that coma, she had never left his side. She waited hours and days for Felix to wake up, yet, his eyelids didn't even bat once. The only reason she didn't take any drastic measures to wake up Felix was because of his masters telling her that he needed to handle his trauma on his own and when he succeed, he would wake up by himself. She agreed at the start but after weeks and months, her patience was running thin and her worry was increasing day by day. Noah's situation is the same. Fenrir sighed as he recalled Noah's current robotic day-to-day life in those 4 months. He might be much more active than Felix, but he never listened to anything Fenrir said and he merely eats, sleeps, and shit akin to a cat. Asna does have a point. Thor frowned, clearly our approach isn't working and I believe if we kept waiting, Felix might end up staying in a coma forever. For him to take this long, looks like he isn't really confronting his trauma in his dream. Lady Sphinx stated, he must have created a fantasy dream to avoid it completely. There is only one way to find out. Hormungandr said as he looked at Candace with the others. Do you just want me to spy on him in the dream or make my presence clear? Candace asked. She understood that they wanted her to use her powers to invade Felix's dream. Just spy on him and link your consciousness so we can see as well. Lady Sphinx asserted, I still believe that Felix needs to handle some of the trauma on his own. So, if he really was living a fantasy dream, it's best to correct it and let him deal with it. Isn't that too harsh? Asna asked with a worried tone, what if he fails and just proves to be too much? I think we really need to be there for him and help him process this. In her eyes, Felix was still a human and humans need companionship to help them in their difficult times. I trust that Felix will be able to handle this. Lady Sphinx stressed, if he doesn't, well, he can forget about growing mentally and physically strong enough to deal with those beings. She is right. Thor agreed, as much as I hate it, Felix's path requires him to toughen through those obstacles on his own if he really wants to keep his promises. I don't care if he keeps it or not. Asna retorted angrily, I just want him to wake up. He cares about it. Hormungandr requested with a soft tone, so if you really love him, it's best that you let him try to handle it on his own at first. But don't worry, we have something to motivate him to get him on his feet if he fails. Thor said as he eyed his partners. What is it? Asna asked. Well, all I can say is that it's a false hope. Thor smiled wryly, it's best not to tell him about it. But, if we are left with no choice, we can only use it. Hormungandr didn't wait for Asna to ask again as he told her about it, making her eyes widen to the limit. That's possible. Well, that's what we don't know. Thor added, plus, even if it was possible, I doubt Felix can pull it off. Candace, I want you to tell him about this only when you see the situation isn't developing as we have hoped. Lady Sphinx informed. I understand. Candace nodded with a serious look. Be on your way then. The moment she heard so, Candace sat on the consciousness ocean and closed her eyes shut. Then, a pinkish symbol in the shape of a long-horned goat appeared on top of her, just like the Pride Sin symbol. It was created out of a completely unidentified language. After it was manifested, the symbol emitted a pinkish mist, which enveloped Candace, and Felix's head from the outside. Eeeeeeee! When Nemo saw it, he got excited and had his eyes turn pink as well. Crap! Nemo can enter the dream as well and mess up our plans. Thor exclaimed after seeing the little raccoon getting enveloped in the same pinkish mist. Bad Nemo! Bad! Asna scolded as she picked him up hastily and kept him away from Felix. Alas, it was too late as Nemo began snoring soundlessly while dangling from her grip. He had already invaded Felix's dream and unsurprisingly, much faster than Candace. He had emerged in Robert's mansion's garden, where little Felix could be seen sitting in front of a small ant colony. Fight, little ones, fight for a chance of freedom. He. Little Felix kept giggling evilly as he placed two ants inside a bottle's top and watched them climb on top of each other to get out. Eeeeeeee! Thud! Suddenly, before little Felix could react, Nemo smashed into him and began licking his face excitedly. Help! Help! I am being attacked! Scared shitless, little Felix screamed out loud while covering his face in protection. Everyone would react the same if they were jumped at by a pitch-black raccoon. Just as the servants were about to rush in and see what was going on, little Felix got a bit braver and opened his eyes when the licking stopped. The first thing he noticed was that Nemo had the friendliest and cutest look on his face as he sat on his chest. You're friendly, right? Nervous but a bit curious, little Felix asked as he reached out at Nemo with his hand. Eeeeeeee! Nemo nodded his head and moved it to Felix's hand, before rubbing it against it eagerly, like he merely desired pats. When little Felix saw this, he dropped his guard immediately and began rubbing Nemo's smooth fur while giggling in enjoyment. So fluffy! Unfortunately, before Felix could enjoy his time with Nemo, the nearest servant arrived. Oh my god! Her reaction was out of utter horror the moment she realized Nemo's species. Young master! Drop that thing! You will get rabies! She screamed fearfully as she rushed towards them. That little, I just arrived here and he is already making trouble. Candace rubbed her eyes with a wry smile and used her power to cause both little Felix and the servant to lose consciousness. She knew that if the servant dared to touch Nemo or keep him away from Felix after such a long period, he would literally delete her from this dream in front of Felix. Such a shock was enough to destabilize Felix's dream, something that she didn't want to happen before she finished her mission. "Little god, can you not make so much trouble for me?" Candace begged as she appeared next to Nemo and picked him up. Eeeeeeeee. In an act of defiance, Nemo glared at her in annoyance and jumped away from her embrace, sitting next to the passed-out Felix, and started to lick his face to wake him up. "Leave him be, Candace," Lady Sphinx said. "It's not like I can stop him." Candace sighed. She knew that Nemo had given her a warning before, and if she dared to keep him away from Felix, he had no issues with kicking her out of the dream. As the true paragon of sins, her abilities meant nothing to him. Still, she knew that he would end up ruining their plan, so she decided to at least inform him about their mission here. "Little god, you can stay here with Felix," Candace requested with a hopeful tone, "but, can you not use your powers on anyone?" Eeeeeeee. Nemo was confused by her request, but, when Candace explained that it was all for Felix's sake to wake him up, he nodded vigorously. "Good." Candace sighed in relief and disappeared out of sight, deciding to be a mere spectator. To avoid the servants causing trouble, she installed in everyone's minds that Nemo being a raccoon was no problem. She chose this approach to avoid affecting Felix's experience in the dream too obviously. After all, if she made the servants see Nemo as a cat or not see it at all, Felix would realize that something was wrong with their reactions when they see Nemo. "Wake up!" The moment Candace clapped her hands once, both Felix and the servant woke up at the same time with no memories of them passing out. The servant crouched down in front of Felix and asked with a delightful smile as she eyed Nemo, "What do we have here, young master?" "My new friend." Little Felix grinned widely and lifted Nemo from his arms. "Touch him, he is so fluffy and friendly." "Sure." Just as the servant was about to reach out with her hand at Nemo's head, he gave her a cold glare that sent shivers down her spine. "Maybe, another tea time. I think I am being called." She swiftly retracted her hand and excused herself, not daring to touch Nemo. "Her loss." Little Felix shrugged his shoulders and picked up Nemo. He scanned him up and down and uttered, "Since you are completely black, how about I call you Blackie?" Asna and the rest of Felix's master's eyelids twitched after hearing his naming sense, knowing deep down that if Asna didn't name Nemo personally, he would have been called Blackie. Eeeeeeee. It turned out, even Nemo disliked the name greatly. He wiggled from little Felix's clutches and landed on the ground. Then, he used his paw to write a wanky Nemo on the dirt. He might not be able to speak yet, but copying his written name was nothing. Eeeeeee. Nemo patted his chest and the name on the ground over and over again like he was stating that he wouldn't accept anything but this. "Nemo? Nemo, I like it." Little Felix smiled in approval and picked Nemo up. Then, he grinned evilly and asked, "Do you want to terrorize my cousins with me?" Eeeeeee. Nemo nodded excitedly in agreement. He was sold at the term terrorize. "Hee, follow me to the playground." Little Felix placed him on the ground and sprinted inside the gigantic mansion while Nemo was chasing him closely. N0V3LTR0VE served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. All the servants merely smiled in gratification after they saw Felix and Nemo playing together, knowing that Felix had it extremely rough in the past year due to his parents' sudden death. The moment little Felix and Nemo exited the mansion's gate, Grandfather Robert spotted them from his balcony and asked out loud, "Where are you going?" "Playground." Little Felix shouted back and kept on sprinting towards the exterior gate of the mansion without looking back. "Don't bully your cousins. I have had enough of complaints from their parents." Grandfather Robert scolded angrily as he waved his special belt. Alas, his threat fell on deaf ears as little Felix wheezed away like the wind. After exiting the exterior gate, it took him more than 10 minutes of walking down a beautiful suburb street with mansions of all sizes built between it, to reach the playground. No one was worried about his safety because this entire area was owned by the Maxwell business empire and housed by their families, who were more into the suburban living style than the city life. After Felix arrived at the playground, he saw little Olivia, Sarah, Jackson, James, Kenny, and many other cousins of similar age, fooling around in the playground. I knew it, they never invite me to play with them. Felix's smile turned a bit fainter after seeing his cousins having fun in groups. It might be mean, but Felix quite deserved it as he had taken his parents' death on them constantly until they stopped hanging out with him altogether. At the end of the day, they were still kids and couldn't be as understanding as adults. If I am not playing, no one is. Felix pouted and looked Nemo in the eyes, then, he told him to chase them out of the playground. Without an ounce of hesitation, Nemo bolted from his place and charged toward the girls, who were playing on the grass with dolls. Kai. So cute. Unfortunately for little Felix, everyone in the dream had their vision of Nemo deformed by Candace, making them see him as the cutest pet ever. So, the moment Nemo arrived near the girls, Olivia and Sarah embraced him tightly and began rubbing him all over. He is so fluffy. When the boys heard the ruckus, they grouped up around them and began looking at Nemo with curious looks. Whose pet is this? Kenny inquired. It's mine. Little Felix appeared out of nowhere with a defensive expression, fearing that one of them might steal it from him. It's Felix. Run! Some cousins immediately had their faces turn black from fear as they bolted away from the gathering, not wanting anything to do with Felix. His pranks had traumatized many of them in the past year. Young Felix was really a walking menace. Thor uttered speechlessly. He might have read Felix's memories, but he never saw this part before. How can this cutie be yours? Before Sarah could disapprove of Felix's claim, Nemo escaped from her clutches easily and jumped into Felix's embrace. Let's go, Nemo. Clearly, we aren't welcomed here. Felix gave his cousins an annoyed look and walked away, planning to return to his mansion. Wait, can't you stay for a bit? Little Olivia requested shyly while fiddling with her fingers. I want to play with your pet a little. Me too. I haven't touched its fur yet. Please stay. Felix was taken by surprise by their requests as this was the first time they asked him to play with them for a very long time. Although Felix knew that they merely wanted to play with his pet and not him, it still meant a lot to him. So, he turned around and shamelessly bragged that he had taught him many tricks, knowing that Nemo was weirdly too smart. His cousins gathered around him again and Felix began commanding Nemo to sit, roll over, play dead, and such, making his cousins keep exclaiming in awe. Do we really need to mess up with his dream? Asna asked with a sorrowful tone. Look at him, even in his fantasy dream, he wasn't well liked and he is trying his best to fit back in. Now, we are going to alter his dream for the worst, he is still a child here and it might break him. It has to happen. Lady Sphinx said, his dream must have a one-to-one time with the real world. So, if we wait for him to grow up in the dream world, it would take years and years. By then, this dream will really become his real world. It might be difficult to watch and borderline evil, but if they wanted Felix to return to them, they could only correct his dream right now. Just like a bandage, it was best to rip it as fast as possible. Candace, we have watched enough. Lady Sphinx ordered, do it gradually. All right. Candace sighed as she eyed Felix, I apologize for this. Without further ado, Candace began pushing the sealed bad memories into little Felix's brain, showing him the death notifications of his grandfather and his friends and what happened to Earth in the real world in a gradual process. Still, it proved to be too much as little Felix immediately fell to the ground while screaming at the top of his throat with tearful reddened eyes. Felix! Little Olivia was the first to sit next to Felix and begin to shake him with a worried expression. Some close cousins like Kenny, Sarah, and Jackson gathered around Felix to check on him while the others kept their distance or outright run away, believing that this must be one of his pranks. Unbeknownst to them, thousands of images were flashing before Felix's eyes on the real world. The moment they stopped, Felix quietened down immediately and closed his eyes shut. Just as Nemo wanted to intervene and help Felix, Candace appeared next to him and took him away. Asna said that if you want Sir Felix to come back to us, you must not intervene in the process. Candace used Asna's name as a shield, knowing that Nemo never dared to misbehave in front of her. So, Nemo stopped fighting back and watched the sunny and beautiful dream world begin to change at a noticeable pace. The sky turned bloodish red and gloomy while the trees and plants wilted rapidly, turning the entire suburb into a nightmarish desolate area. The faraway New York skyscrapers began to fall down on each other, creating deafening explosions and thunderous ruckus throughout the entire city. Yet, the scary thing was the people. All of them had lost their normal appearances as they were transformed into the most hideous undead zombies. The moment Felix's vision was restored, the first thing he saw was Olivia and his cousins' faces falling off, showing their fleshy skulls, which were having many insects entering from one orifice and exiting from the other. It was an utterly horrific experience for a child. To make it worse, all of them were repeating the same toe-curling sentence as they kept pushing their hideous faces closer and closer to Felix. "Why did you kill us? Why did you kill us? Why did you kill us?" Felix curled up into a ball and kept apologizing with the most heart-wrenching tone. "I am so sorry, I didn't mean it, I am so sorry, I am so sorry." With each apology, Felix kept growing bigger while his appearance changed to match his real one. Still, his undead cousins refused to let him go as they piled up on him and kept uttering the same sentence over and over again. To make matters worse, an unfathomable number of undead exiting the ruined city and nearby towns or suburbs were all heading in direction of Felix, making Asna feel a sense of dread for him. She knew that Candace had stopped altering the dream and everything happening right now was due to Felix's own imagination. Asna and the rest of the tenants could only watch as Felix's family members left their mansions and began to pile up on him as well, making it close to impossible to spot Felix anymore. Still, Felix managed to peek from underneath the pile and spotted his grandfather walking slowly in his direction. His skin was grayed out and cracked while his eyes were nowhere to be seen. Yet still, instead of piling up with the rest of the undead and blaming him, his grandfather reached out to him with his wrinkly hand. He had a kind smile as he looked at Felix with empty eye sockets, seeming like he was beseeching him to take his hand. Even when Felix was consumed with unimaginable guilt and his thoughts were extremely negative, his subconsciousness could never imagine Grandfather Robert blaming Felix for his death, unlike the others. "Grandpa." With reddened eyes and a heart completely broken, Felix reached out slowly with his shaky hand toward his grandfather, hoping just for one last slight touch. "Take it, take it." Asna and Felix's masters kept watching this with hopeful eyes, knowing that all it took was one person to forgive Felix. Just one person would tip the scale and make Felix wake up to his senses. If it came from his grandfather, it would be even better. Alas, the moment their fingers touched, Felix's hand crashed into the ground after the pile of undead suddenly tripled in size. It buried Felix completely and separated him from his grandfather. "Candace, it's time." Lady Sphinx sighed. "Are you sure about this?" Thor asked with a deep frown. "If we gave him such false hope, he might break even harder when it fails to meet his expectations. We will deal with that when it happens." Lady Sphinx said. "Now, we have a student to rescue." Lady Sphinx hoped that Felix could overcome this on his own completely, but alas, the trauma and guilt were just too much for anyone, who had never gone through such experiences before. "It's not over yet." Candace had another opinion. Without further ado, she dove deeper inside the dreadful mountain of the undead until she reached Felix. She saw him lying on his back this time with his eyes closed shut, seemingly like he was allowing the undead to do as they please with him to vent their hatred. Instead of pulling him out of the pile or even removing the undead from him, Candace merely spoke softly in front of Felix. "Felix, can you hear me?" "Candace." Felix opened his hazy eyes slowly and saw Candace's pretty face mushed up with his cousin's. "Felix, I am not here to help you or tell you that it's all going to be better in the future," Candace disclosed with a soft tone. "I am merely here to tell you that you have a chance to make things right again, a small chance that is almost certainly likely to fail. But, I believe that if you truly want to make things right for everyone, you owe it to them to give it at least a try." Candace reached out with her hand and said one last time, "If you feel the same, take my hand. A chance, a chance." Without needing to say any further, Felix's hazy eyes cleared right away, showing a burning flame of hope. He clearly heard that the opportunity to save everyone was extremely slim, but he didn't care one bit. Just as Candace stated, Felix knew that he owed it to everyone to give it a try instead of hiding here. So, even though he had no idea what she was talking about or if she was lying to him or not, Felix reached out and caught her hand tightly. "I knew you won't give up so easily." Candace smiled genuinely at Felix and pulled him out from the undead pile. As Felix was piercing through the undead, who were trying to hold into him, he felt like someone had held his hand. When he burst through the pile and flew into the sky with Candace, he looked down and his eyes almost gave up on him at the sight of his undead grandfather holding into his hand. Grandfather Robert smiled at him kindly and mouthed a single sentence. "Let me go." It turned out, Felix was the one holding his grandfather's hand tightly, refusing to let go of him. Whether he accepted that there was a chance to save everyone or not, Felix still felt deep down that he was incapable of letting go of his grandfather. "I don't want to, please, don't make me, please." Tears fell down Felix's cheeks as he kept hearing his grandfather's encouraging words. Even in his dream, he was always encouraging him to do the right thing. "I was always destined to die when you were 17, every year after it was a bonus, which I greatly appreciate." Grandfather Robert gave Felix a soft look and mouthed one last time, "So, don't feel too sad for me and let me go, it's time to visit my son and daughter-in-law." The first reveal of this chapter happened through N0v3L Bayan. Before Felix could acknowledge his grandfather's wish, he realized to his terror that his grandfather's hand was slipping from his fingers no matter how tightly he tried to hold it. "No. No. 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 No." Alas, regardless of how much he shouted painfully, his grandfather's hand ended up freed from his grasp. "Grandpa!" Felix could only howl with an aggrieved tone as he watched his grandfather's body fall back into the mountain of undead, which now became unmoving corpses. They weren't the only pile of corpses around. As the higher Felix flew, the more visible other mountains of corpses began to show up. When they arrived at the exosphere, Felix's tears were frozen solid on his cheeks as he kept staring without a single blink at the crumbling earth. Felix hadn't really seen what happened to Earth, making him imagine this destructive scene of Earth breaking into pieces akin to a small pebble. This sight ended up completing two of Felix's three great fears in life: a bloodish red gloomy sky, mountains of corpses placed everywhere, the death of his loved ones, and apocalyptic destruction in his home. His greatest fear was his inability to protect them from this scenario, yet, it ended up happening, and instead of providing protection, he played a major role in causing it. "Felix, it's time to stop blaming yourself and focus your anger and hatred on the true culprits," Candace advised with a solemn tone as she glanced at Felix, whose eyes were frozen on the crumbling earth. The moment Felix heard so, he closed his eyes shut for a few moments. Eeeeeeeee. Even Nemo jumped on his shoulder and started licking his face, trying to appease him if just for a little. When he opened them again, Earth was nowhere to be seen. What replaced her were the Darkins hovering in a single line with astronomical sizes, making Felix resemble a mere grain of sand before them. All of them had glacial expressions as they kept looking down on Felix like they were taunting him to do something. Felix neither was frightened nor was he provoked to make a move. He merely kept staring back at them with the most chilling glare, knowing deep down that he wasn't ready yet to deal with them. That's why they were portrayed with such an unfathomable size in his dream. I am not strong enough right now to make you break a sweat, but I swear on my late grandfathers that your heads will be decapitated by me and only me, I swear on it. Felix stressed with a sinister tone as pure killing intent was bursting with each word leaving his mouth. For the first time ever since Felix learned about the Darkins, he truly and wholeheartedly desired nothing but to erase them from existence. This time, he wasn't going to do this for his master's sake or to keep his promise. It would be utterly for his selfish reasons and nothing was going to make this resentment go away besides their death. Thanks for everything, Candace. Felix spoke coldly even though he was being appreciative. Let's return now, I have too many unsettled matters to handle. Okay. Candace could only oblige with a bitter smile, knowing that the old Felix was never going to return. If he did return, it wouldn't be until his heart was fully cleansed and reached the final stage of grief, acceptance. With such resentment burning in his 7 hearts, it was clear to all that Felix was never going to reach that stage until the day he exerted his rightful revenge on the Darkins. We have awakened him and unfortunately, the monster within. In a few moments, Felix opened his muddled eyes to the real world. The first thing he saw was Asna's breathtaking face. Felix. She hugged him tightly the moment their eyes came in contact, feeling like she would lose him if she let go. Felix rubbed her back with an apologetic smile and whispered near her ear, I am sorry for making you worry. It won't happen again. You better be. Asna sniffled as she punched him in his chest. Eeeeeeee. Nemo joined in the fun and kept hitting Felix with his tiny paws while making a noise excitedly. Welcome back, brat. It took you long enough. How are you feeling? Thanks everyone, I am not feeling too bad. The rest of the tenants welcomed Felix back one by one, making his smile get bigger and bigger. Still, all of them knew that he was just smiling to be polite and that his hearts were too cold to react emotionally anymore. How long was I out for? Felix asked with a curious tone. 4 months more or less. Asna answered as she wiped her eyes. What the hell? Felix exclaimed as he jumped instantly from his bed. Felix knew that 4 months was a long time in this fast-moving era, where things keep changing every second. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything too big. Candace comforted him and began updating him on all the developments happening in those 4 months. She left nothing behind, telling him about Fenrir's challenge, the Darkins faction getting kicked out of the Alliance, the Federation's reaction to Earth's destruction, Noah's grave situation after his sister's death, and the Void Nation's successful occupation of the Darkins race's territories. With each piece of news, Felix had shown a different reaction. If they were categorized, they would fall under guilt, anger, and relief. How are Noah and Olivia doing now? Felix inquired. Noah's situation remained unchanging while Olivia has been taken under Lady Yggdrasil and Selph's care. Candace shared, being in a foreigner's territory while losing everyone she cares about has taken a great toll on her. If it wasn't for Lady Yggdrasil and Selphie, she would have done something bad to herself. I see. Felix sighed. Felix might feel somewhat relieved that Olivia and Noah weren't on Earth at that moment, but at the same time, he also felt extremely bad for their misfortune as he was the only one able to understand their feelings right now. As much as Felix wanted to meet them and comfort them, he knew that he had no right to do so. This chapter was first shared on the N0v3LB1N platform. The only way to truly face them was if he showed them that he could either make things right again or at least avenge their families. Candace, you told me there is a chance to make things right. Felix eyed her calmly. I hope you aren't talking about the spirit realm. With all the knowledge he heard about the spirit realm, Felix knew that it was going to be near impossible to revive everyone. In fact, just reviving his grandfather was going to prove to be a tough task. After all, the moment someone died, his memories get erased, so as does his entire appearance. When he get picked up by the Karens and transported to the heavenly plane, he gets bestowed with a new identity. So, unless the spirit's guardian was involved personally, there wasn't any method to truly revive someone with their memories still intact after they reach the heavenly plane. Wait, you told me that life primogenitor can revive anyone he wants, and he already did so with thousands of spirits. Felix suddenly exclaimed before Candace could answer. I still have a favor saved from the primogenitor's event, and since the life primogenitor has attended it, he has to accept a request of mine. Is this the chance you spoke about? Felix didn't know about the possibility of reviving everyone on Earth, but his grandfather, Noah's sister, and those close to him shouldn't be too hard for the primogenitor of life. Our method has nothing to do with the life primogenitor. Lady Sphinx shared, in fact, even if he wants to revive just your grandfather, it's doubtful if he will agree to it. What do you mean? Felix was confused since he clearly heard that the life primogenitor had a life domain. He didn't know how it worked for sure, but he believed that if he cast it on Earth, maybe all the spirits would return? When Lady Sphinx heard his thoughts, she shook her head. If only it was that easy. Lord Quetzalcoatl's life domain can only revive dead people with their bodies still intact, so their spirits would be guided back to their bodies. Without having rightful vessels, the spirits would ignore his calls and continue to wander around. I see. Felix was already shown the new state of Earth by Candace in her update. It didn't take a genius to understand that not a single corpse should have survived such an apocalyptic event with an intact body. If there were some lucky ones, they would have been taken out by the aftermath. Even if you requested him to enter the spirit realm and manually bring back your grandfather's spirit and I created a new body for him, he will still not agree. Lady Sphinx added, that's because he will be required to locate it through the sea of faceless spirits, and it can take him either an extremely long period or not, depending on his luck. No matter how friendly Lord Quetzalcoatl is, he isn't going to accept such a thankless tough task from anyone. I understand. Felix had heard enough to make him give up on this thought. He knew that Lord Quetzalcoatl was already going to be doing them a massive favor by bringing them hopefully to the heavenly plane. He would hate himself if he ended up antagonizing him with such a heavily bothersome request and he void his ticket. If this wasn't the opportunity, what is it then? Felix frowned. This is the only one that makes sense in my eyes. Lady Sphinx and the others glanced at each other for a second with wry smiles, not knowing how Felix would take their plan. There is another method that can potentially revive not just your grandfather, but everyone dead, plus restoring Earth to its former glory. Fenrir disclosed in a straightforward manner. Hey, how can that be possible? Sure enough, the moment Felix heard just the premise, he was already gasping in disbelief. He could have comprehended if the method could revive his loved ones or even everyone dead, but even the planet. It sounded too insane even to Felix, who experienced a second life. Honestly, whether it's possible or not, we aren't so sure yet. Lady Sphinx stated, but we know the only one capable of achieving such an unfathomable scenario. Before Felix could ask about such an extraordinary figure, Lady Sphinx answered, it's Lord Zervan, the primogenitor of time, and the first primogenitor to be born in this universe. The moment Felix heard the term time, it clicked in his mind that his master's plan was none other than requesting Lord Zervan to rewind time before the destruction of his planet. Wait, what? How? This idea bewildered Felix to no end more than there was a time primogenitor, who he had never heard about. He always believed that such a primogenitor should have been born since there was the space primogenitor, but the fact he never saw or heard about him made him assume that he was dead or something. He isn't dead, he is just completely isolated from this era. Thor clarified, unlike the creation primogenitor, we actually know where he stays. Can I go there? Felix's eyes brightened up a bit. He still had plenty of misgivings about this plan since he still couldn't wrap his mind around Earth being restored through time without causing major aftermath in the universe. It didn't sound too logical. But at this point, Felix didn't care about the aftermath and only if it was going to save everyone or not. That's the first hurdle. Lady Sphinx shared with an irritated tone, Lord Zervan is residing inside the Four-Mother Galaxy, Siamese, it's the only place inaccessible by even primogenitors in the whole universe. The four-mother galaxy, Siamese? Even you can't enter it. Wait for a second. Felix's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Don't tell me you are referring to the Elementals galaxy." "Unfortunately, that's the one." Felix's expression couldn't help but turn for the worst after hearing her confirmation. He knew that entering this galaxy was simply impossible. It wasn't because there weren't any wormholes connected to it. In fact, there were plenty of wormholes, which connected it to many of the Inner Circle Alliance's races. However, no one besides the Elementals was capable of using them. As for the rest, the moment they exited the wormhole, they found themselves thrown off into the void outside of the Elementals galaxy. As unbelievable as it sounded, the few surviving explorers from the void backed this story. When talking about the void, it wasn't referred to the void realm mirroring the matter universe, but the real void between galaxies in this universe, where mere a couple of stars at best reside in it if one was lucky to find them. Usually, the average distance between galaxies was about 1 million light-years, which meant anyone exiled to the void could be considered dead or lost forever. Felix knew that those lucky survivors managed to return to civilizations only because they were expelled extremely near another galaxy. Still, all of them proclaimed that it took them from 10,000 to 100,000 years of continuous travel at light speed to return. Naturally, they deep froze themselves through the journey to survive the decay of time. With their stories and the Elementals' confirmation, no one dared to embark on such a suicidal journey anymore. As for the explanation for such an inconceivable phenomenon, the Elementals refused to disclose it and the SG Alliance couldn't force them to spill it out. That's because the Elementals were the only race in the entire Alliance, which could be considered truly indispensable. Felix knew that it was because the Elementals ruled more than 80% of the elemental stones market. "I never thought that even primogenitors were under the void curse." Felix asked with an intrigued tone, "Do you know what's causing it?" "Void curse? Is that what you think it is?" Thor chuckled. Since there was no explanation for such phenomena, the superstitious people had coined it as a curse and anyone besides the Elementals had it. "There is no such thing," Lady Sphinx stated. "You already know that the Elementals galaxy is the only one populated with inanimate objects or life forms gaining consciousness." "Yes." Felix nodded. It was commonly known that the Elementals galaxy was extremely mysterious due to its civilized populations consisting of simple inanimate objects or life forms gaining consciousness. Outside of the Elementals galaxy, whether it was a sea, an ocean, a mountain, a tree, a forest, a river, a moon, a planet, or even a star had a minuscule chance of gaining consciousness after absorbing enough elemental or neutral energy. Unfortunately, this process was excessively slow as it was believed that even if an environment was rich in elemental energy, it would take tens of billions of years for anything in it to gain consciousness. In other words, it shouldn't be possible for anything to gain consciousness even if it existed for 14 billion years, which was the age of this universe. Unless there were some exceptions, of course. Still, the exceptions never make the rule, and this consensus was approved by everyone. So, it was easy to understand how shocked everyone was when they found out about the Elementals galaxy and the secluded universe of highly intelligent inanimates capable of communications, feelings, senses, and most importantly, manipulating elements to their desire. This completely disapproved of the original theory and made everyone excited to explore this new fantasy world to find the secret behind this unimaginable phenomenon. Unfortunately, whether they planned their journey for science, riches, adventure, or for conquest, all of them found themselves in the void outside of the galaxy, dooming them for eternity. If you think that moons, planets, stars, and even black holes were capable of awakening their consciousness, what do you think about an entire galaxy? Lady Sphinx dropped a bombshell on Felix, making him feel goosebumps on his skin at such an insane claim. "You can't be serious." Even Candace was taken aback as this was the first she heard about this. It wasn't too strange as most of the information she possessed about the universe was quite limited even though she lived for eons. An entire galaxy gaining consciousness? Anyone who heard this would laugh his ass off and call you crazy, yet, Felix believed it instantly. It makes sense, it actually makes more sense than a curse. He uttered while having a mind-blown expression. He easily figured out that if the Elemental's galaxy had awakened its consciousness, she would literally be in control of everyone and everything on its celestial body. For such an outlandish and incredible being, it wouldn't be hard to sense the invaders' existence and kick them out to the void before they could even spend a mere second in the galaxy. Even the primogenitors wouldn't have any authority inside her body whether they were elemental lords or not. She is called Foremother Siamese. Lady Sphinx said her name with an irked tone. Almost all primogenitors have a bone to pick with her since she refused to give out access to her territory to anyone. Haha, I am starting to believe that you are the only one still pissed off at Siamese. Elder Kraken chuckled at Lady Sphinx's annoyed tone. True. Thor and the others backed him up with faint chuckles as well. Why? Asna asked with a curious look. This chapter was first shared on the N0v3LB1N platform. In our old era, most primogenitors had partaken in many exploration journeys, whether solo or in groups. Hormungandr reminisced about the good old times. Lord Dune ended up finding a wormhole that was connected to Foremother Siamese. When he took it, he found himself in the void. If it was any of us, we would have believed that the wormhole was a bust and screwed us over, but as the primogenitor of space, he was certain that the wormhole's destination was another galaxy. Hence, he returned to the same wormhole and gave it another go, but he was always met with the same result. Since he could not connect two places with a wormhole unless he knew the exact coordinates or had at least seen the place once, he was forced to call all of us to seek a solution to this. Obviously Sphinx was the first to accept the invitation due to the mystery involved. Hormungandr suddenly chuckled as he recalled, I still remember her trying over 1,000 times with thousands of her clones without giving up, believing that the wormhole would eventually throw one of her clones in a close range to Foremother Siamese and she could travel on her own then. While her attempts failed to produce results, it did end up annoying Foremother Siamese to the point she contacted us on her own. After giving us a short explanation of her entity, she requested us to stop our attempts as she would not allow anyone entry. Hormungandr shrugged his shoulders. We were forced to respect her wish since there wasn't really any other alternative. We were hopeless in her territory and she has no interest in being friends with either of us. So, we ignored her existence and continued our lives as normal. Thor continued on as he eyed the irritated Lady Sphinx. Only your pretty master clearly couldn't move on when an entire galaxy filled with secrets was in front of her, and had no access to it. When it was put like this, both Felix and Asna knew that it must have been killing Lady Sphinx inside all of those years. As the titled guardian of knowledge and truth, her calling was finding all the secrets of the universe no matter how difficult it was. Make no mistake. Lady Sphinx gave them an indifferent look. I might be still irked with Foremother Siamese for making things harder than they should be, but I still found out about its secrets. You did? Well, to be exact, the information came to me on its own. Lady Sphinx frowned. Lord Zervan reached out to me out of nowhere and told me everything that I wanted to know about Foremother Siamese. Hey? Why? Felix was surprised. I don't know, when I asked him, he told me that I will need it someday. Lady Sphinx answered. Still as weird as the first time I heard it. Everyone believed that it was a bizarre answer, even the primogenitors who heard about this information from Lady Sphinx eons ago. Obviously, Lady Sphinx shared the information with all of her peers as she wasn't known for withdrawing knowledge that wasn't affecting her negatively. What did Lord Zervan tell you? Asna asked with an intrigued tone. Felix and Candace perked their ears as well, knowing this was going to be something explosive. He told me that Foremother Siamese was an experiment he was involved in for more than 12 billion years. Lady Sphinx said. An experiment for such a long time. Felix's eyes widened in shock as he had never thought that primogenitors existed for such a long time. He always believed that the primogenitors were born 4 or 5 billion years ago at best. You're right, most of us were born for less than 10 billion years compared to the first lords. Lady Sphinx confirmed before adding, it's believed that Lord Zervan was the first primogenitor to be born and was ahead of the other lords by at least 2 billion. In a sense, he was considered as the true elder amidst us, and his seniority is greatly respected even by the elemental lords with their domains. I understand. Felix already believed that primogenitors were extremely old, yet, he never thought that the time primogenitor would be literally as old as the universe. It was simply remarkable and somewhat overwhelming to think about it. You think that living 12 billion years was a lot? Lady Sphinx smiled wryly as she looked at Felix, nodding his head in confusion. Isn't not? It is, but not for Lord Zervan. Lady Sphinx paused and dropped another bombshell. That's because he has sped up the time in the entire Four-Mother Siamese galaxy by at least 100 and kept it ever since to this day. In other words, both Lord Zervan and everything in Four-Mother Siamese galaxy was living for almost 1.5 trillion years. Whether it was Felix, Asna, or Candace, all of them had their jaws dropped on the ground as such an inconceivable number kept echoing through their minds over and over again. Felix was thoroughly stupefied as he could not imagine someone living for such an ungodly long time and maintain his sanity. We also thought about this. Thor interjected, when we heard that Lord Zervan was capable of staying awake for 1 trillion years or so, we believed that he might have a method that can help us negate our depression. For the primogenitors in that era, they were seeking any solution to fix their crippling depression without ending their lives, so, Lord Zervan's situation was truly a beacon of hope to them. What happened? Well, we were ignored. Thor smiled wryly. The problem with Lord Zervan is his unavailability. Unless he reached out to us on his own, it was impossible to contact him. Tell me about it. I have left no stone unturned when it comes to contacting him for the sake of my wife's life. Alas, I have failed her. Carbuncle puffed a purplish smoke through his nostrils, showing a regretful look. When Carbuncle's wife was on her last sprint with her longevity, he had already exhausted all means to increase it, and the only thing left to do was to use time abilities such as age transferal or age rewind. Sadly, there were no time spellcasters in that era and Lord Zervan was unreachable, so, his wife ended up dying eventually regardless of how much he fought for her life. This is the second hurdle in our plan. Lady Sphinx frowned. Even if we managed to enter the galaxy by some miracle, it's doubtful if we can have a meeting with Lord Zervan. The only thing we are certain about is that he is still situated in Four-Mother Siamese galaxy somewhere, as he had never left even when his experiment succeeded. By now, even an idiot could figure out that Lord Zervan's experiment was to see if it was possible for inanimate life forms and objects to awaken their consciousness if the right conditions were met. By speeding up the time by 100, the entire galaxy blossomed into life from a mere pebble to the entire galaxy. 1.5 trillion was a long period of time, making it almost impossible for the galaxy to not awaken her consciousness with the rest of the inanimate life forms and objects. In Felix's eyes, it also explained how the elementals seemed to never run out of elemental stones, as they keep trading unfathomable quantities with the Alliance. It was a known fact that elemental stones' mines could get exhausted quite fast, and it took them forever to give birth to new elemental stones. In the case of the elementals, 100 years in their galaxy translated to 1 year on the outside, providing them with a never-ending abundance of elemental stones. Is it possible to use my saved-up primogenitor's favor to at least secure us with the entry? Felix wondered. Felix thought that he could use his favor to make a request to the death primogenitor, Lord Osiris. As an elemental lord and one of the respected elders in the primogenitor's cycle, he believed that he might have a bit of sway on either Four-Mother Siamese or Lord Zervan. It's doubtful if it will work. Lady Sphinx shook her head. Many previous winners of the primogenitors event have given it a try and ended up getting rejected. I see. Felix sighed in frustration. Only now did he realize why this opportunity was coined as doomed to fail unless a miracle happened. Aside from the first 2 hurdles, which would make anyone fall into despair, Felix realized that even if he managed to meet up with Lord Zervan and voiced his request, he would be flat out rejected. After all, Lord Zervan neither owed him nor his masters anything to take on such a difficult task. Clearly, Lord Zervan couldn't be bought when he was even older than the universe. All in all, Felix was certain that his hopes were going to be crushed if he gave this opportunity a chance. Still, whether it fails or not, I have a responsibility to give it a shot. Felix affirmed with a determined tone. That's the spirit. Thor smiled before adding, just to let you know, it's a great win if you just entered the galaxy. I understand. Felix nodded with a cold expression as he envisioned the three Darkins. Felix might not know much about the Elementals galaxy, but he recognized that just getting granted access to it was going to help him greatly. After all, the eternal time difference meant that he could spend thousands of years doing nothing but grinding his manipulations, his dragon/devourer's marks, his runic spells, potion concoction, and even learn scroll inscriptions. Meanwhile, barely decades would have gone by on the outside. This would allow him to bridge the gap between him and the Darkins like no other, giving him the best possible preparation for the day he actively hunts them down. The time difference is great, but that's not the only thing of value for you. Every single environment in that galaxy is extremely rich with elemental energies, creating the best areas in the universe to connect with elemental particles and enhance your external manipulation range. Lady Sphinx shared. Is it because of the time difference? Candace asked. Not completely. Lady Sphinx explained, as you all know, it is within nature's system to absorb neutral energy to transform it into elemental energy, then, absorb the elemental energy for the sake of awakening its consciousness. However, in the Elementals galaxy, almost everything already has gained consciousness, which meant most environments have no reason to keep absorbing elemental energy wholly. So, those intelligent life forms eat only the required amount for their survival, leaving most of the elemental energy remain in the open in abundance. Lady Sphinx added, no one has really experienced this before, not even the primogenitors, since we are also in constant battle with nature to absorb the elemental energy. The last part really had taken Felix by surprise, as he hadn't expected that even primogenitors had never found an environment as good as the ones in the Elementals galaxy. But it did make sense, as almost all of the rich environments he was given by Thor and Hormungandr were great, but not as great as the ones he experienced in the ancestral dragon dimension. In other words, the Elementals galaxy could be considered as the upgraded version of the ancestral dragon dimension, and if Felix managed to enter it, his improvement would be increased drastically. Well, I know you said it's a long shot, but I think the favor is our best method to enter the galaxy. Felix disclosed. Lord Osiris participated in the event only because he wanted to congratulate Lord Koaz on mastering his void domain, so, having a favor from him shouldn't have the same value as having favor from the other primogenitors. Felix understood that the primogenitors event was held on a yearly basis for Diamond and Radiant champions. So the primogenitors involved in the event were usually below Lord status, don't even mention Elemental Lords. Felix's event was special only because of Lord Kao's unique situation, making most primogenitors attend the event to congratulate him as well as meet up with Lord Osiris and Lord Quetzalcoatl. In other orders, having a personal favor from Lord Osiris was worth much more than any other favor won in those yearly events. You're right. Thor approved. It's worth the attempt. Lady Sphinx nodded. I also heard that the favors used to appeal to form other Caesium weren't from lords or elemental lords, so maybe it might work. Let's hope so, it's all I got. Felix wished. Felix knew that he couldn't enter the galaxy even through the Void Realm, since he still needed a wormhole to reach it. As for traveling through the Void Realm from one galaxy to another, even if his speed was many times higher than the speed of light, he would still need a crazy amount of time to make it. N0v3L Realm was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0v3L.B1N. The worst part? He might get kicked out instantly when he exited the Void Realm in it. So, it wasn't worth the risk at all. Can you contact Lord Osiris for me and see what he can do for us? Felix took a deep breath and said, I have to settle some matters before I take the journey. Sure. Candace, can you take me back to Earth? Felix requested with a heavy heart. With pleasure. Candace smiled faintly. Felix wanted to see Earth's condition with his own eyes one last time, most importantly, visit the graveyard of the fallen, which was built on the moon by the Federation. Grandfather Robert's grave was also there. Felix might be trying to revive his grandfather and loved ones, but he knew that in the long shot of him failing to pull it off, he would have at least visited his grandfather's grave once. What about the alliance? Candace said with an irritated tone, they have been annoying me every day to sign the contract. They can wait. Felix replied indifferently, for now, I am not in the mood to deal with them. VRRR. Just as Felix logged out and wanted to jump into the void realm, his AP bracelet vibrated. Felix glanced at the screen and noticed that it was a call from Malak. Malak. Felix's eyes dimmed up a bit and accepted the call right away. He already knew that Malak was alive since she was situated in the Dwarven's galaxy for the sake of his new spaceship during the incident. He was more than happy about this, but he knew that she must have been heartbroken as well because of the death of Eric, and the rest of his subordinates. I can't hide from everyone's judging eyes forever. Felix toughened his heart and accepted the call. Sir Felix. Malak appeared on the holographic screen with a shocked expression, seeming like she wasn't expecting the call to be picked up. How are you holding up? Felix asked softly. I am doing all right. Malak smiled wryly, it was tough in the first months. I am sorry for not being there. You don't have to apologize, I am just relieved that nothing bad happened to you. Malak sighed in relief. It was bad for me too. Felix smiled faintly, but I have managed to pull through. Knowing that Felix must be feeling extreme guilt for the incident, Malak decided to switch the subject. You know, I have been acting as your spokesperson in the Federation's council to make sure that no one would dare pull a fast one by taking advantage of the situation. Malak stated. Good work. Felix was satisfied with her efforts as he knew that many vultures in the council would have taken the chance to bury down the solar system after the destruction of Earth. It was clear that Malak must have backed Mars' idea heavily and made sure that everyone know that it was Felix's desire. Also, your new spaceship has been built last month and waiting for delivery. Malak added. Better late than never. Felix's eyelids twitched as he requested her to send it to the moon, where he would be staying for a while. He had spent over 10 trillion coins on this spaceship and he geared it up so hard for the war. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that it would take this much. 1 week later, a vast graveyard could be seen built on the barren and desolate surface of the moon. There were hundreds of rows of simple monuments standing out against the stark lunar surface. The graves were covered in moon dust with only the names or symbols etched onto them as indications of the individuals who once lived. The initial posting of this chapter occurred via N0, Val, B, J, N. Although thousands of visiting people were seen in this graveyard, the atmosphere was just as cold as outer space. Felix could be seen standing with a solemn and a bit depressed expression in front of a grave. He was holding a bouquet of flowers and wearing a hoodie to hide his identity. The grave's monument had this writing on it. Beloved husband, father, grandfather, and friend Robert Maxwell, January 1, 1940 to December 15, 2043. Rest in peace, you will forever be remembered. Felix had been staring at the name for over half an hour now and he had yet to say a single word. The billions of graves around him made his heart so heavy, he just couldn't utter one out. Soon, he reached out to his AP bracelet and opened his inbox, which had his grandfather's last email pinned at the top. It was still marked as unread. When Felix first found out about the email and the date it was sent, he felt like a sledgehammer had crashed into his chest. That's because it was sent on the day he ignored his grandfather's last call. No matter how much he tried, he didn't have the courage to open it and read it, knowing that it was the last spoken words by his grandfather. "Felix, I think it's time." Asna pushed him with a soft tone, "You are already here and it's best to give yourself a small closure." She knew that Felix would never feel closure in his heart about the death of his grandfather, the Earthlings, and his home unless he either revived them or avenged their death. Still, having a small closure would help him in his journey in the long run. "You're right, if I don't open it now, it will be forever closed." Felix knew that there wouldn't be any better time to read his grandfather's last words than this. So, with a deep breath under his spacesuit, Felix clicked on it and began reading it silently. //subject, "You've got this. My dear little rascal. I hope this email finds you well. I just wanted to reach out and remind you how amazing and strong you are. I know life can be tough at times, but I believe in you and your abilities. You have overcome so many obstacles in the past and this war is just one of them. I don't know many details about what prompted to start this war, but I know that my grandson never does anything without a reason, no matter how small or big it is. So, remember that you are not alone. You have a support system of friends and family who believe in you, and most importantly, you have yourself. When this war ends, take some time for self-care, and don't be too hard on yourself. You've accomplished so much already, and you will continue to do so. Just keep pushing forward, one step at a time. If you ever feel cornered, just remember that I am always by your side no matter how long the distance that separated us. Best regards, Robert Maxwell. P.S. If you keep ghosting me, I swear to God I will track you down and give you your usual special lesson with my belt, //. By the time Felix finished reading it, he didn't realize that he was smiling from ear to ear while having a single tear fall down his cheek. This email was all that Felix ever needed to have his small closure. The fact that his grandfather had assured him that he would always be by his side made Felix feel like he had not lost his grandfather at all. "Thank you for everything, you were my grandfather, father, and best friend. As long as I live, I will make sure that our family's legacy will keep being remembered until the day the universe ceases to exist." Felix promised with a soft smile, but had a burning resolve in his eyes as he bent down and finally placed the bouquet of flowers on top of the momentum. Then, he walked away with his head lowered, casting a black shadow on the outside which hid his face. He knew that he could teleport outside of the graveyard, he knew that he could ask Candace to take him away, but Felix just kept walking through the rows of graves of the fallen. His head might be down, but his eyes kept moving from one grave to another. Ava Rodriguez, Ethan Chen, Mia Kim, Liam Gonzalez, Ella Davis, Noah Patel, Sophia Martinez, Jackson Lee, Isabella Davis. He walked, and walked. By the time he reached the crowded graveyard's gate, Felix had burned in his memory thousands of names. It might be a mere drop in the ocean when it came to the number of casualties, but Felix still memorized them for one purpose. "The day I slay those 3 Darkins dogs is the day they will forever know your names." Felix uttered coldly while stepping outside of the graveyard and disappearing through a void rift, not looking back even once. Today he made 2 promises and Felix planned on making them come through regardless of what it took. "Felix, I have reached out to Lord Osiris and explained the situation to him. He is requesting your attendance," Lady Sphinx informed. "That's better than a straight-out rejection." Felix took a deep breath to ease his emotions, knowing that a lot of stakes were placed in this meeting. Although Lord Osiris owed a favor to him, this was the first time Felix was going to meet him face to face, so he was a bit nervous. "When is the meeting?" "Right now preferably," Lady Sphinx answered while sending him the invitation link. "All right." After keeping some distance from Earth, which now resembled a smooth icy blue marble, Felix beamed his spaceship and entered it. Then, he logged into the UVR and accepted the invitation link. The moment Felix opened his eyes, he found himself standing in the middle of a desolate living room that seemed to be abandoned. The furniture was old and outdated, with ripped upholstery. Cobwebs covered the corners of the room while the curtains were torn and faded, letting in just enough light to show how desolate the room really was. The air was musty and stagnant, carrying the scent of neglect. The floorboards creaked with a bit of weight put on them. The debut release occurred at NOV3LB, J.N. Yet, the most creepy about this entire living room was the fact that everything in it was black and white, like it was taken from a 50s horror movie. With Lord Osiris matching gloomy skin and clothes matching gloomy, he fit right in this unpleasant environment. "Sit!" Lord Osiris commanded expressionlessly as he eyed Felix. "Thank you." Felix bowed his head in appreciation and took a seat next to Lady Sphinx, who was already waiting for him here. "Your master has informed me that you seek Lord Zervan's powers to revive your people." Before Felix could nod in agreement, Lord Osiris added with a straightforward look, "If it's for this, I will save you the trouble, and tell you right now that you should drop this thought." "Pardon?" While Lord Quetzalcoatl has no issues with using his powers to tamper with the life and death cycle in the universe, I and Lord Zervan are the opposite. Lord Osiris stated indifferently, "Lord Zervan will never be persuaded to use his powers to revive even a fly." "It can't be." Felix was taken aback as he didn't expect for Lord Osiris to destroy his hopes before he could even embark on his journey. As much as he wanted to disbelieve Lord Osiris, he knew that he had no reason to lie to him. Still, Felix wasn't planning on letting go of this mission. Why not? Why do it? Lord Osiris decided to entertain Felix. "For us elemental lords, our powers have serious aftermath involved. While the law's guardians have the universe to keep them in check, we have no one. So, if we decided to use our powers, when does it really end?" Felix wanted to retort but found out that he had nothing. He completely understood Lord Osiris's point of view and realized that it took great discipline for such beings to keep their powers to themselves and just become mere spectators. Felix knew that if he said that it wasn't a problem if the powers were used for good, he would be asked to define good. Was it reviving his people? There was nothing good about that, as it was a mere selfish request meant to help Felix return his loved ones and erase the consequences of his errors. Sure, reviving the 40 billion lives could be considered a good deed since they suffered the consequences of another individual. However, it had nothing to do with either Lord Osiris or Lord Zervan. In their eyes, their death was the same as the rest of the billions of people dying on daily basis around the universe. The only difference between those two sides was that Felix came out to request for one side to be revived and the others were unlucky. If Lord Osiris and Lord Zervan decided to fulfill Felix's request, what guilt the other people had committed for not receiving the same treatment. So, to avoid playing God with everyone's lives, most elemental lords decided to wash their hands clean out of anything ongoing in the universe, leaving things in the hands of fate and destiny. I already understand that it's an impossible task that is doomed to fail, but I still plan on going for it. Felix smiled bitterly. If I was rejected by Lord Zervan, then so be it. But, at least I wouldn't have given up midway. I have given you my advice, and if you are still hell-bent on wasting your favor, I won't stop you. Lord Osiris remarked expressionlessly. Does this mean you can get us inside the Elementals galaxy? Felix's eyes brightened up a bit. It depends on Lord Zervan's authority on 4 Mother Siamese. Lord Osiris shared, he owes me an old favor and I will see if it's possible to use it to grant you an entry. I feel like I am taking advantage of you. Felix said with a hesitant look. You are most definitely taking advantage of him. Thor affirmed before Lord Osiris could respond. All the tenants knew that it was close to impossible to owe Lord Zervan a favor due to his inaccessibility. Yet, Lord Osiris was planning on wasting it for the sake of fulfilling Felix's favor. A favor is a favor. Lord Osiris replied calmly. Fortunately for Felix, Lord Osiris refused to put a value on favors and treated them the same whether they came from a mortal or a god. I am reaching out to him. Lord Osiris said, you can leave if you want, I will tell you of the results later. We would like to stay. Lady Sphinx shook her head politely. As you wish, this might take a while. Lord Osiris noted with the same flat tone. Then, there was a deafening silence as no one spoke again for the next 10 minutes. How is he going to contact Lord Zervan? Felix asked the tenants to spend time. The Elemental's galaxy has no connection to the UVR and I doubt Lord Osiris's real body is situated there. Felix's confusion was in place as knew that even primogenitors weren't that godly to communicate with each other across the entire universe without the help of the network, consciousness links, or something like this. If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't have been an impossible task to seek out Lord Zervan and they would have done it on their own. Lord Osiris is special in this department. Lady Sphinx answered him, after creating his ultimate ability, the Death Note. Every single being with a name has his soul connected with a string to Lord Osiris. So fearsome. Felix felt chills course on his spine at the thought of having his life literally at the fingertips of Lord Osiris. He already knew about this when he first heard about the Death Note, but he manually decided to forget about it for the sake of his sanity as it didn't feel good to know that his life could be ended in the blink of an eye anytime and anywhere. Such godlike powers were truly destructive if abused. Lord Osiris can use those strings to connect with anyone's soul and communicate with the owner regardless of the distance. Lady Sphinx added. Wait, even primogenitors have their souls connected to the Death Note. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. Doesn't that mean he can kill even elemental lords if he wanted? Well, of course. Lady Sphinx replied calmly, that's what makes him considered as the most fearsome primogenitor of us all. He can end all lives below primogenitor status in this universe if he desired. Dear Lord, no wonder you guys refer to him as the Grim Reaper. Felix didn't know if he should feel scared or awed that Lord Osiris could even affect primogenitors. Obviously, killing us isn't the same as killing mortals. Elder Kraken explained, soul's strength translates to the toughness of the death string connecting us with Lord Osiris. So, if he is going to cut it, it won't be easy in the slightest and he will most definitely suffer from a horrible aftermath. That makes more sense. Just as Felix was about to add something, Lord Osiris interjected, I have spoken to him. He said that he allows you entry and you can also bring your companions if you desired. Hey? It's already done and I can even bring companions. Felix was left utterly speechless. How is it so easy? It's weird. It shouldn't be this easy. Even Lady Sphinx was surprised as she knew that for Mother Siamese would give it her absolute all to keep outsiders away from her celestial body. God knows how much she tried to enter the galaxy in the primogenitor's era. The fact that Felix was given permission to bring companions made her feel even more weirded out. I hope I am not prying, but what did Lord Zervan say exactly? Lady Sphinx asked. He didn't say much. He agreed to the favor and told me he has assigned you a guide. Lord Osiris shared. I see. Lady Sphinx played with her whiskers thoughtfully. Lord Zervan is acting as if he has already anticipated our arrival. Did he glance through the future and see something important related to Felix? In the eyes of Lady Sphinx, this was the only thing that made sense in this bizarre situation. She knew that Lord Zervan was capable of more than just glancing at the future and was believed to be considered the true know-it in this universe. Even her deep knowledge fell short before him, which was one of the main reasons Lady Sphinx kept attempting to enter the galaxy to score a meeting with him and get herself educated about some universal secrets. Did he give you the guide's information? Lady Sphinx asked. Yes, I have forwarded it to you. Thank you for everything. We will get out of your air now. Lady Sphinx stood up and gave a slight nod in appreciation. Felix bowed his head in gratitude as well. He wasn't certain about things coming to be this way, but he was truly appreciative of Lord Osiris trading his own favor for his. He understood that if it was another primogenitor, he would have failed to secure the entry. Remember my words, child. Lord Osiris said emotionlessly. Lord Zervan isn't going to agree to your request, so focus on healing instead of putting your hopes on wishful thinking. I will keep it in mind, Elder. Felix affirmed with a solemn tone. N0v3L Realm was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0v3L.B1N. After they left, Lord Osiris glanced through the window of his lifeless living room and murmured, "What are you planning, Zervan?" As one of the oldest primogenitors, Lord Osiris used to spend a decent amount of time with Lord Zervan before he decided to take on his experiment and ghost everyone. So, he knew him well enough to understand that Lord Zervan never made a move unless it had an end goal. In his eyes, this must be one of them. A couple of minutes later, Felix could be seen sitting at the round table with his tenants in his consciousness space. Lord Zervan allowed me to bring companions for some reason. Felix disclosed, "I have no clue why he went this far, and honestly I am too grateful for the opportunity to care about the whys. So, I am bringing Noah, Olivia, Selfie, and maybe even Bodadai with me. That worm can use the time difference to enhance his space manipulation, which will be extremely helpful to me in the future." Noah and Olivia's situation were self-explanatory. Both of them needed this journey to spend some time recovering from the trauma while simultaneously boosting their strength to no end. Felix understood that if they spent a century or more inside the Elementals galaxy, they would have much higher chances of breaking through the origin realm. After all, the breakthrough required an incredible level of mental fortitude, and the only way to enhance it was through trauma and many experiences throughout a long period of time. The Elementals galaxy had everything to make their breakthrough happen and hopefully shock the entire universe with the first origin bloodliners with a primogenitor's bloodline to be born. As for Selfie, Felix knew that Lady Yggdrasil would want him to take her with him when she hear about this godly opportunity to master more time spells. Honestly, Felix wanted to take her without needing Lady Yggdrasil's request since Selfie would be a great help for him and Olivia when it came to learning runic spells. Last but not least, he wasn't convinced yet about whether to bring Bodadai with him or not. Though, since there wasn't really any limitation to the number of companions, Felix felt that it wouldn't be so bad to take him with them if he desired. "I am coming as well," Fenrir stated calmly. "I have already spoken to Noah and managed to convince him that there are many methods of revival and if he wants to explore them all, he requires the necessary strength." Everyone here knew that was nothing but mere gaslighting, but at this point, Noah really had left no choice to Fenrir. Either he gave him a false hope to keep carrying on living or he would remain as a broken shell of his former self forever. Who knows? Maybe he would end up accepting his little sister's death with time. Did he become normal again? Felix asked. Well, he stopped talking at once now and has a crazy look in his eyes. Fenrir shared, but, his will to live has returned stronger than ever. Right now, we are heading towards you. That's good to hear at least. I am sending a clone on this journey too. Lady Sphinx mentioned, I can't waste such an opportunity to explore this mysterious galaxy finally. This was an understandable reaction as no one really knew how the galaxy appeared or the planets inside of it. Everyone only knew that it was packed with living inanimate objects and some rumors about the civilizations there. Obviously, Lady Sphinx wasn't just going to sightsee but must be planning to keep her clone there permanently. I guess this should be all the members. Felix inquired. How about me? Candace sulked. I am sorry Candace, but you know I can't take you with me and leave the Void Nation without a figurehead. Felix smiled wryly. I still don't trust the rest as much as you. Fine, I will stay behind. Good thing you know how to sweet-talk a girl. Candace giggled. Thanks, I rely on you. Since Nimmo already learned how to open void rifts and travel in them, Felix wouldn't be strapped in the Elementals galaxy if he ever desired to enter the void rift. Let's schedule the departure in 2 months. Felix stated, I believe it's enough for everyone to arrive in time. With that, the meeting was concluded and Felix exited his consciousness to space to contact Olivia, Selfie, and Bodadai to update them. He started with Bodadai, who took the call in a heartbeat. Boss. Sob, I missed you. Before Felix could even speak, Bodadai broke into high-pitched sobbing with a flood of water bursting from his antennas. I missed you too, fatty. Felix replied with a faint smile as he eyed Bodadai, who seemed to have gained more weight than the last time he saw him. Well, he was being well fed through the many delivery orders of Malak. Have you succeeded in the promotion exam yet? Felix inquired with a serious look. I have not. Bodadai coughed in shame before adding, but, as you know, they say that the 10th time is the charm. You really are something to fail every year. Felix face-palmed, feeling like an idiot for believing in Bodadai to succeed in his promotional exam before. It's not easy. Bodadai complained, I checked all the boxes but I keep failing at opening mega long-distance wormholes. It takes a lot of time to master them, you know. Useless. Asna rolled her eyes at his excuse. Fortunately for Bodadai, Felix had believed him as he knew that Bodadai might be lazy and dumb, but he wouldn't put himself through the same exam for 10 years straight if he wasn't serious about passing it. If time is the issue, I have a solution for it. If you are interested, meet me on Earth's moon. What do you mean? Peep peep. Felix hung up on him, not planning on giving him such a piece of risky and serious information. He knew that Fatty Worm had a loud mouth and he might expose their special situation in the open. Felix might have not been told to be secretive about their journey, but he still wanted to keep everyone on the low about it so it wouldn't bring trouble to their hosts. After all, the only reason everyone was behaving was due to the threat of being expelled to the void plus knowing that no one was entering the Elementals galaxy. Now, the hard part. Felix smiled wryly and hovered his finger over Olivia's name. As the main cause of her parents and friends dying, Felix didn't know how to face Olivia. Still, he wasn't planning to be a coward about it and leave her a message or such. He toughened up and sent her and Selfie an invitation link to his house. Just like Bodadai, it was accepted almost instantaneously, and those two beautiful flowers appeared in front of Felix and Asna. Felix. Felix. Just like twin sisters, both of them suddenly teared up after seeing Felix and they couldn't help but rush in to hug him, stunning Felix for a moment as he didn't expect their reaction. I can understand Oli, but why is she hugging him too? A bit jealous, Asna remarked in annoyance in her mind as she watched Felix pat their heads with a bitter smile. Still, she didn't break the hug and remained quiet about the situation, knowing that both parties needed it. I am SOR. Don't. I don't want to hear any apologies. Olivia interrupted Felix and tightened her arms around him, making him realize that Olivia didn't want to bring the Earth's destruction around her. Thanks, really. Felix was more than grateful about this. After spending more than an hour catching up with Selfie and Olivia, Felix decided to update them on the current situation. He told them that he had obtained entry to the Elementals galaxy and he could bring anyone with him. This shocked both girls as they didn't expect that it was even possible for anyone to enter it. I want you to accompany me. Felix requested, it will be of great help to you. Selfie answered instantly with an excited tone, you don't have to tell me twice. I am in. She was more excited about the notion of adventuring with Felix than actually taking advantage of the time difference to learn new time spells. I am in as well. Olivia said with a firm look. It's best if you think about it for a while. Felix advised, I am not going there for a holiday. I am planning to stay for many millennia or more. Felix wasn't joking one bit, even though thousands of years was a long period of time to be spent on nothing but training and enhancing himself, Felix was still willing to invest it. He understood that the only way to bridge the gap between him and the Darkins was by going through extreme measures. I don't mind staying there as long as you want. Likewise. Both girls weren't frightened by Felix's commitment as one was just happy to be spending such a long time with Felix while the other understood that she had no one left behind to worry about. In Olivia's eyes, she would merely end up killing someone in the Magic Academy if they kept bullying her after what happened. All right then. Felix nodded with a faint smile, seek permission from Lady Yggdrasil first and come meet me on the moon. After hearing their confirmation, Felix shooed them away so they could prepare for the journey as fast as possible. Meanwhile, he began creating new wisps of consciousness and placed them in their previous locations. One of those locations was within Nemo's consciousness. The moment Felix appeared in the throne hall, his presence completely halted everyone's movements and made them rush to the throne chamber with thrilled expressions. Felix had put everyone at ease with his return, and he spent the next 3 hours getting updated on all the important matters related to his nation. Since we are low in numbers and you clearly can't reproduce, I believe it's best to focus on one galaxy and sell territories of the other two. Felix disclosed calmly with his councilman. I thought the same. Arthur nodded. It's been hard 4 months trying to manage all 3 galaxies while fending off the Alliance's advances. For the vampires' territory, we will trade it with the werewolves and winterwolves so they could finally own an entire galaxy to themselves. Felix stated, make sure to not rip them off as we need them to be on our side as allies. Felix was merely doing this for Fenrir as there was no way he would rip off his descendants. For the Gremlins galaxy, we will hold 20% of the most important territories and sell a divided 50% to the Alliance in a public auction. The remaining 30% would be leased to the sages and humans on yearly payment. Selling a divided 50% of the territories in an auction implied that it would end up getting purchased by multiple empires instead of just one party ruling it all. Felix planned on splitting it into 5% in each sale to make sure that there would be as many parties involved as possible. As for the 30%? No matter how much the humans and sages offered, they would not be able to provide a good price for it. So, it was best to split it in half and lease it to them on a yearly payment, which would benefit all parties. This would leave the Void Nation to be the biggest holder of territory in the Gremlins galaxy even after selling most of it. Last but not least, the Astrians galaxy would be our home. It will be named the Void Galaxy and we would run it in a similar fashion as the Dragon race. Felix concluded. Sounds reasonable. Miriam nodded in agreement with the rest. Although their numbers were much fewer than the dragons, they knew that their management system was going to work just fine for them. That's because the Dragon's Empire handed out their territories to their citizens based on hierarchy placement in the Empire. In this case, the councilman would be rewarded with thousands of solar systems if not more, while the lowest citizen would be given only a deserted planet or a small land territory on an upper-ranked planet. Whether they decide to hire workers and create their own small nation on that deserted planet or remain on populated planets, it would be up to them. Naturally, this was just the gist of the management process as there were many rules and details that still needed to be ironed out. Candace will handle the auction and the rest. Felix informed them, I will be somewhat out of touch for the next decades or so. Seeing that Felix didn't give out any details, no one dared to ask him for such private information. So, they wished him good luck with whatever endeavor he was about to embark on, and they promised him that they would build their nation to the best version. Felix concluded the meeting after a few more hours and returned his focus to his main consciousness in the UVR. Without wasting time, Felix called Queen Allura, and after spending a couple of minutes easing her worry about him, he requested that she hold an inner circle assembly for the sake of the Void Nations joining the Alliance. It's done. Queen Allura said, everyone will be invited in 15 minutes. Felix thanked her and hung up. Then, he contacted Zazia and gave her new specific orders to be delivered to the council. Such as contacting the metal race and commissioning them to find out a method to expedite Earth's recovery if it was possible, plus, if it was feasible to close the gigantic abyss in the Pacific Ocean. Felix knew that if he didn't do this, Earth might take tens of thousands of years if not more before the climate returned to normal again. By then, Earth would be merely a relic of the past and a tourist attraction for future generations. I will personally pay whatever they ask for. So, just make it happen in the name of the Federation. Felix said. I will try my best. Zazia assured him. Felix thanked her and hung up without delay after seeing that the assembly had started for over 2 minutes now. So, he swiftly accepted the invitation link and appeared on a new pedestal, which had rank 12 written on its back and the Void Nation's name on the front. This implied that Felix was now representing the Void Nation and not the humans. Glad of you to join us. Queen Alfreda greeted with somewhat of an irritated expression. Thanks. When Felix saw her like this, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he knew that she must have been informed by Selphie about her departure to the elemental galaxy with him. Knowing that Selphie would be alone with Felix in an unexplored and contactless area for thousands of years would make any big sister worry like crazy. Unfortunately, she had no say in this when Lady Yggdrasil had already cleared Selphie to take the journey. Before we discuss anything, I want to emphasize something. I know, you don't have to mention it. Felix interjected indifferently, I am just here to fulfill my end of the bargain. Almost everyone sighed in relief collectedly after seeing that Felix wasn't planning on taking Earth's destruction on them and ruining their deal. Where is the contract? Felix inquired. Here. Arthur forwarded it to Felix, knowing that he wasn't interested in talking politics with anyone here. The holographic contract was extremely thick, making it resemble a tome. It was packed with millions of terms, which touched almost every single thing in the alliance. From Supremacy Games platforms' revenue, business trades, military assistance, immigration policies, refuge policies, slavery policies, and the list goes on and on. Naturally, there were some unique terms that were related to only the Void Nation. Such as, the Void Nation's citizens were required to mandatory help endangered civilizations from the Void invasion. Obviously, it would be paid services that also reward tons of SG points, which translated to direct contribution to the alliance. Felix read the contract from top to bottom carefully even though it was handed to him by Arthur, knowing that the contract was drafted by the 10 rulers. After seeing that most terms were reasonable and the Void Nation was benefiting from many of the alliance's services as well, Felix reached out with his finger under the anticipated looks of the leaders. Felix scanned everyone's faces for a few moments and signed the contract without an ounce of hesitation. Congratulations to the Void Nation for joining the Supremacy Games Alliance. N0v3L Realm was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0v3L.B1N. Fireworks were released in the assembly in celebration of this historical moment after the announcement was made by Queen AI. Clap clap. Haha. Welcome. Welcome. We finally had a rightful member joining us. How about we hold a banquet to cherish this moment? Besides a few leaders, the majority gave a respectful standing ovation to the new member of the alliance, knowing that this was the biggest signing for the alliance for a very long time. The alliance was adding hundreds of members on daily basis, but most of them were newly discovered civilizations of an already joined race. However, this signing was for an entirely new race and species. To make it any better, they were one of the strongest races in the entire universe. Felix remained quiet as he scanned everyone's faces, knowing deep down what they had in mind. He knew that if it was up to them, they would have rather deleted the Void race from existence than make them join their group. Unfortunately, they were too hopeless to pull it off, making them choose the second best option. As they said, keep your friends close, and your enemies closer. Candace, make sure to rip them off clean in the auction besides our true friends. Felix smiled coldly. You don't have to tell me twice. Candace smirked diabolically, already planning on doing it. 2 months later. Felix could be seen sitting on a long grey couch in a magnificent futuristic living room that had smooth metallic silver walls and a sliding glass door. Fenrir, Lady Sphinx, Noah, Selphie, and Olivia were sitting next to Felix while Bodadai was forced to remain standing behind the couch due to his size not being supported by any chair. Everyone had already arrived like 7 days ago and had gotten familiar with each other. Naturally, Fenrir and Lady Sphinx were treated in a completely different manner as no one dared to address them disrespectfully like their friends. My new spaceship will be arriving soon. So, have you handled everything before our departure? This is going to be the last checkup. Felix addressed everyone but his master and Fenrir. I am all set. Selphie nodded with an eager look, appearing like a child embarking on an adventure for the first time. Well, it wasn't far-fetched as Selphie wasn't allowed to leave Furlund without permission from the Queen and her mother. Me too. I am good to go. Olivia and Bodadai stated their readiness too, Even though Bodadi was contracted with the Space Worm Delivery Company, he was still allowed to go on such trips even if it meant having no connection with Queen AI. After all, he had an exclusive client contract with Felix, which allowed him to do anything he wanted as long as he had gotten permission from him. Noah nodded slightly without a change of expression. Anyone who saw him now would mistake him for Noah in his teen years, as he had completely reverted to his old mute personality. The only difference was that he had a constantly hidden killer glint in his eyes, which would make anyone freeze in their places if they stared at him for too long. Felix knew that it wasn't healthy at all for Noah to be like this, but regardless of what he said or did in the past week, Noah was as unresponsive as ever. Felix somewhat worried that Noah might be blaming him for the death of his sister, but he found out that the thought didn't cross Noah's mind once. In Noah's eyes, he was also part of the Asgardian faction due to his master, so, any casualties sustained in this faction conflict were blamed on no one but himself for his lack of strength to protect his people. Nothing more, nothing less. N0v3L Realm was the platform where this chapter was initially revealed on N0v3L.B1N. So, his killing intent was directed at no one but the Darkins, just like Felix. On this journey, he wasn't planning on exiting the galaxy until he break through Origin Realm. VRR. That must be it. Felix glanced at his AP bracelet and noticed that it was a call from Malak. As he anticipated, Malak informed him that his new spaceship had arrived and gave him the coordinates. Let's go. Without delay, Candace opened a void rift and delivered everyone to the other side of the moon almost instantaneously. When they exited the void rift, Olivia, Selfie, Bodadi, and even Noah showed a slight reaction to the appearance of Felix's new spaceship. Whoa, so massive! Is this really yours, Felix? Oh, it looks even better than my royal family's spaceships. Meet the Eternal Nautilus. Felix introduced his new baby with a faint proud smile. Standing tall at nearly 1,000 kilometers in length, this massive spaceship was designed for two purposes: to journey to the farthest reaches of the universe and obliterate anything standing in its path. Its sleek milky white, aerodynamic shape was crafted to glide effortlessly through the void of space, and its powerful engines were capable of propelling it faster than the speed of light. It was using the latest technologies in every single department, making it truly the state-of-the-art for the beholder. Stepping inside the Eternal Nautilus was like stepping into a world unto itself. The interior was a labyrinth of hallways, control rooms, sleeping quarters, and facilities for the crew. Everywhere you looked, you saw the latest in high-tech equipment, from banks of screens and monitors to advanced artificial intelligence systems, to cutting-edge propulsion systems. At the heart of the ship was the bridge, a magnificent control room where Felix and his crew could navigate the vast expanse of space. The walls were lined with holographic displays, giving the crew real-time information on the ship's status and surroundings. At the center of the room was the captain's chair, a sleek, high-backed seat with a direct line of sight to the main viewing screen. The sleeping quarters were a testament to comfort and luxury, designed to provide the crew with everything they needed to make their journey as comfortable as possible. As for its weaponry and defense system? Well, Felix spent around 10 trillion coins and most of the budget went into it. So, this didn't leave much for the imagination, as it was clearly equipped with the best of the best. Overall, the Eternal Nautilus was a true work of art, a symbol of the mental race's boundless ambition and ingenuity. It was a vessel capable of incredible things, and Felix was determined to see just how far he could take it. Do you mind if we traveled in it to the wormhole? Felix asked everyone for permission, knowing that it would take them an extra month compared to getting transported by Candace. Fortunately, no one seemed to mind, as they were used to taking long times on their journeys, unlike Felix, who was spoiled by the Void Realm. We have arrived at your destination. Queen AI announced throughout every room in the spaceship, forcing everyone to log out from the UVR and regroup in the cockpit. The first thing they saw after facing the humongous crystal-clear window was multiple colorful moons and dwarven planets surrounding a supermassive spherical wormhole. The scene resembled an unconventional minimized solar system, but with the wormhole acting as the sun. Those planets and moons were clearly populated as there were millions of spaceships covering the entire area. Though, most of them were cargo-based spaceships as they were entering and exiting the wormhole or docking near the planets and moons. Before Felix and the others could feel awed by this magical and somewhat illogical sight, a thunderous deep voice resounded in their minds. "If you don't have a permit to be here, begone while I am still asking politely." "What's that?" A bit worried, Olivia asked as the voice didn't seem like it belonged to a nobody. "Believe it or not, it's the wormhole," Felix replied while narrowing his eyes at the supermassive wormhole, feeling like there were two eyes staring directly into his soul. "So scary, this is the first time I hear an elemental speak to me directly." Alhadi gulped a mouthful in fear, feeling like he was standing before his god. As a space worm, his entire life revolved around wormholes, so, to hear one speaking directly to him wasn't easy to handle. "This is Felix Maxwell, we have been granted access to the Elementals Galaxy and I have an appointment with Oceanic Goddess follower, Monica, to guide us through the process." Felix introduced himself and his purpose without wasting more time, knowing that the wormhole's consciousness wasn't to be messed with. As a natural supermassive wormhole awakening his consciousness, it was bound to have perfect manipulation over the nearby space in addition to an extremely strong consciousness capable of killing mortals with a mere thought. "It's you, I have no clue how did you manage to convince our foremother, but if any of you dares to misbehave in our home and harm the citizens, you will wish to return to your homes." The wormhole's consciousness threatened with an emotionless tone, having not an ounce of fear from Lady Sphinx or Fenrir. Unfortunately, he should be afraid as those two weren't to be threatened by anyone. "When we came here in the good old days, you were still a mindless wormhole with one purpose." Fenrir spoke indifferently, "If you don't want to become one again, you better check your tone with me." Before the wormhole's consciousness could react to their retort, Fenrir pointed his finger at it and threatened coldly, "Otherwise, I have no issue with freezing you to eternity." Felix and the others didn't know how to react as they merely kept staring at Fenrir with dumbfounded looks, feeling like their chances of entry were ruined at the freaking entrance. In their eyes, why would the wormhole allow them entry anymore when he was being threatened to his face? That's the difference between them and the primogenitors. "It's Lady Sphinx and Lord Fenrir, my apologies. I did not expect you to be accompanying those mortals." While Felix and the others were still freaking out in their minds, the wormhole's consciousness made a 180 degrees switch in character, apologizing to them with a sleazy tone akin to a merchant who got caught in swindling his customers. "Don't repeat it again," Fenrir replied expressionlessly as he lowered his finger. Of course, please head towards Sister Komayana. Your guide is waiting for you there." The wormhole's consciousness directed them to their guide while sweating bullets internally. Who could blame him for being this fearful? Unlike most of his brothers and sisters, half of his consciousness was situated on this end, which was outside of Formother Siasim's jurisdictions. This meant that if Fenrir really decided to use his ultimate ability on him and freeze him in time forever, there was literally nothing to free him, not even his foremother. Those inanimate objects and life forms treasure their lives more than anyone in this entire universe since it took them billions of years to become alive. So, he wasn't stupid to sacrifice his precious life over making a stand against the wrong people. "Let's go, it's been handled," Lady Sphinx said. "Hey, okay." Still clueless, Felix could only request Queen AI to take them to the nearest dwarf planet. This time, no one stood in their path or spoke to them telepathically. Sometime later, the Eternal Nautilus docked at the biggest space station near a planet with a greenish atmosphere and white clouds covering most of it. "We will wait for you here," Lady Sphinx said as she opened a new book and started reading it silently. "All right." Felix and the rest exited the spaceship, leaving the primogenitors behind. After passing through the bridge connecting them to the space station, Olivia and Alhadi couldn't help but exclaim in wonder at the magical scene before them. There were elementals as far as their eyes could see on the plaza. All of them were unique and colorful as there were humanoid water folks, fire creatures flying in their direction while continuously taking new forms, giant golems made out of borders, humongous walking trees, and the list goes on and on. All of them seemed to have happy facial expressions, unlike the rest of the workers from the other races. Although the Alliance's members weren't allowed to enter the Elementals galaxy, it didn't mean that they couldn't get hired to help the Elementals in their trades. So, Felix and his companions didn't really draw any attention as they walked through the crowd, heading towards the space elevator. This is so mysterious, I can't believe there is an entire galaxy full of those elementals. Olivia uttered with a sense of wonder as she kept looking around her. It is quite marvelous. Selphie agreed with her as she smiled politely at any plant folks her eyes landed on. Most plant folks bowed deeply in her direction and continued on with their business. Unlike the others, she could recognize the plant folks from her 9 realms and the ones from the Elementals galaxy even though they looked pretty much the same. The 9 Elvish realms plant folks were considered Lady Yggdrasil's true descendants, so their birth wasn't similar to just gaining consciousness through the passage of time. In a short while, Felix and the rest arrived at the space elevator. When Felix noticed the long queue, he called their guide to expedite the process. After a couple of rings, the call was picked up and Felix was greeted with a soft melodious angelic voice. "Hello Sir Felix, I hope you didn't run through much trouble in your journey." "Thank you for asking, Miss Monica." Felix replied politely, "I hope I am not interrupting your busy schedule, but we have arrived at the space station and we are currently at the back of the queue for the space elevator. Is there any way to hasten the process?" If the queue was going to take half an hour or such, Felix wouldn't have minded, but he knew that space elevators' queues could range from 1 hour to 6 at least depending on how long was it. Based on this queue length, he knew that they would be stuck in it for at least 3 hours. "Oh, my apologies, I really can't do anything about this." Miss Monica clarified with an apologetic tone, "Elementats don't give special treatment to anyone as we believe that we are born equal." Felix wasn't really annoyed by this as he knew that Miss Monica wasn't lying to him. Elementals truly believe in an unbreakable sense of brotherhood and family with each other when it came to dealing with outsiders. So, even though Felix's social status was insanely high in the Alliance, he had absolutely no right to receive special treatment over another elemental even if it was a mere talking pebble. Still, Felix gave it a try so that when he get rejected, he would be given a reason to bring out the Void Realm. "I see, can I at least travel through the Void Realm then?" Felix inquired. "We will be next to you in a moment." Give me a second, I need to seek permission from Elder Komayana." Miss Monica replied. "Sure." Felix and the others waited for a couple of minutes before Miss Monica spoke with them again. She agreed on the condition that the Void Rift closes instantly. Miss Monica informed with a pleasant tone. "No problem." Felix thanked her and hung up with a faint smile. Then, he told his friends to follow him to a less crowded area to be picked up by Candace. "Why didn't we do this from the start?" Bodhidai remarked with an annoyed tone as he dragged his giant stomach behind them. "Well, if we opened a void rift or a wormhole in the planet without permission, we will be labeled as invaders and killed instantly by Elder Komayana." Selphie answered as she pointed her finger at the greenish planet. Bodhidai gulped a mouthful and asked, "Have all of those planets and moons awakened their consciousness?" "Not just them." Felix replied calmly, "Everything around the wormhole has awakened their consciousness. Even the cargo spaceships." Bodhidai was shocked. "Have you researched anything about the elementals?" Felix chided him in annoyance. He could understand Olivia's lack of knowledge since this information was locked at the 7th layer, but not Bodhidai, knowing that delivery worms had such access due to their jobs. "Are those cargo spaceships really part of the elementals?" Olivia tilted her head in confusion. "Yes, but don't be mistaken. They weren't cargo spaceships when they awakened their consciousness." Felix explained, "It's believed that they are part of the metallic god followers and they have transformed themselves into cargoes after obtaining our technologies. This helped the elementals avoid relying on our spaceships to enter their galaxy." "He is right. Selphi nodded. The elementals used this method after finding out that some of the Alliance's spaceships had hidden cameras, signal towers, and even spies from the Shadowborns. Instead of cutting relation with the Alliance at such a transgression of their privacy, they decided to turn this trade operated solely from top to bottom by elementals. Felix concluded, besides those hired workers in space stations to handle the paperwork of the traded elemental stones, the entire operation was closed shut. Geez, they really don't want anyone to step inside their galaxy like we are carrying a plague or something. Bodhidai said with an irked tone. It's their freedom, and always remember that we are just guests, so, behave like one whether you think you're alone or not. Felix warned him before stepping inside the void rift. Felix understood that his strength and reputation meant absolutely nothing before those elementals. So, unless he wanted to waste this heaven-sent opportunity, he would always seek permission for anything that was deemed as off-bound. That's why he didn't travel through the void realm from the very start. In a short moment, Felix and the others exited Candace's aircraft, and she closed the void rift immediately after putting them at the door of a grand guest hall. The door was open, allowing them to see the high ceilings and large windows that let in streams of sunlight. The walls were adorned with intricate moldings and paintings, while the floor was covered in a luxurious carpet. A large fireplace stood at one end of the room, surrounded by comfortable armchairs and sofas. A long, polished wooden table was the centerpiece of the room, surrounded by elegant chairs. The air was filled with the scent of freshly cut flowers from the vases that sat on the mantelpiece and side tables. Before Felix and the others could scan the rest, blobs of water jumped from the flower vases and gathered into a single point, turning into a curvy humanoid female elemental. There was a silver AP bracelet swimming in her body freely. Nice to finally meet you all. Miss Monica greeted softly as her lips moved to mimic a person talking, even though her voice was manifested out direct vibration in the air by using her consciousness. The pleasure is ours. Felix bowed his head slightly and was followed by the others. Please, take a seat. Everyone sat down and eyed Miss Monica, who remained floating akin to a fairy in the middle. Elder Hemir has informed me that you guys have been given permission to stay indefinitely in our galaxy. Since our foremother hasn't enforced any rules, I hope we can work on them now so your stay in our home will be as pleasant as possible. Miss Monica stated softly. Of course. Neither Felix nor the rest found any issue with this, as they already knew that it would be impossible for them to be given complete freedom in the Elementals galaxy. That's why they were given a guide, or more precisely a supervisor, to keep track of their movements and actions. Firstly, you have to pick a planet to stay on from this list, and obviously, all of you will be staying in it collectively. Miss Monica said as she displayed a long list packed with unique holographic planets with their details below them. Everyone glanced at Felix, knowing that this was his trip and they were simply his add-ons, so, he had the right to pick any planet he wanted even if it wasn't beneficial to some of them. Obviously, Felix wasn't that selfish, as he made sure to read the details of each planet and pick the best one for his companions as well. After a thorough reading of the entire list, Felix finally picked a planet and highlighted it for everyone. What do you guys think? He inquired. I think it's perfect. Selphi smiled charmingly as she eyed the magnificent world of vibrant colors, where nature flourished in all its splendor. The others agreed with her assessment as well. The debut release occurred at NOV3LB, J.N. This was one of the few planets where every type of environment was available, making it possible for Felix, Olivia, Noah, and Selphi to take advantage of them for the sake of their strength improvement. In the case of Noah, he needed cold environments to get more in touch with his elements so his mind would be in sync with it when he attempted to break through Origin Realm. As for Olivia and Selphi, they might be runic spellcasters, but they also utilize the same elemental particles. This meant rich environments would help them get easily in touch with those particles and master new spells. I guess it's decided then. Felix smiled. Our next destination is planet Stravi. Are you really not going to warn them? A sudden deep elderly voice resounded in Miss Monica's mind. Why? Look how happy they are, Elder Komayana. Miss Monica giggled in her mind, plus, they are the ones picking it out of hundreds. You are really mean sometimes. Elder Komayana sighed. How am I mean? Miss Monica pouted, I was the one getting assigned this rewardless job of babysitting outsiders for probably thousands of years. Is it so bad to get some entertainment out of it? Elder Komayana remained unresponsive, knowing that it wasn't her business to keep interfering in this matter. Meanwhile, Felix and the others were still discussing their stay on Stravi, having no idea that it wasn't going to be pleasant one bit. Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine inside the Elementals galaxy. In fact, it could be considered one of the most conflict-packed galaxies in the entire universe that would make even Milky Way seem normal. Elements treated each other like brothers and sisters when dealing with outsiders, but when it was just them, they were even worse than humans when it came to conflict, as they fight for anything they desired. Planet Stravi was rich in all types of environments, all right, but this also implied that there would be countless factions and civilizations in each environment. They were all in a contest with each other for one resource, which was considered gold for those elementals. It was none other than the most traded resource between the elementals and the SG Alliance. Food from all cultures in the Alliance.